Hey matey, it's first time chat as well. Welcome to the stream. Obviously not started just yet. Drinking my cup of tea before I start, otherwise my voice is going to be worse than it is. If you got any questions or anything, please jump in and ask. If you want to join in and fly with us, you're more than welcome. Just let me know and I'll tell you where to go. That wasn't meant to rhyme, but obviously it did. May I ask what brings you here? Like sort of just passing by and saw it pop up? Or was that a reference from somebody like Shifty Mover or something like that? I should be streaming to about 2 o'clock UK time, which is approximately 4.25 hours. That's when I finish and when I start. That's not, you got to wait 4.25 hours, by the way. That did sound as a little bit wrong. If you want to watch it in full 4K, it's also been streamed to YouTube simultaneously, and that's under the name MELL DCS, and it does look very good there, to be fair. Welcome other people who have come on, unless you're bots. Still welcome bots. If you're on, just say hello. Yeah. I won't be on tomorrow. I tend, because of the way I work, just one moment. Hey Charlie, I've already started, by the way. Just because of the way I work, I tend to stream Saturdays, and I've streamed Saturdays for years. Hey Hayden, good morning. Tomorrow I will be doing Star Citizen. Yeah, thanks for the follow. I'm surprised that popped up there. Oh well. I'm more than happy to help you out as much as you need, and you're more than welcome to join us. If you're not sure of what aircraft you need, please ask. And the way that I stream is normally I explain everything I'm doing, and the first time in an aircraft I'll explain the startup. So I sort of give a running commentary of what it is I'm doing and why I'm doing it, what's the logic behind it, what the buttons are, how it works, etc. But I also do training as well. Obviously the aircraft I've got are limited now. I've got a lot more than my abilities, but I work really weird hours at the moment, so I end up with 2 evenings a week, and I tend to fly on Saturdays. But yeah, always jump in. If you got a question, jump in. If I don't know the answer, somebody else may well do. And good morning to everybody else. I'm just drinking my cup of tea before I start. My voice is getting much, much better. During the week it was a low, gravelly voice. It's still hoarse now. However, if it's too much and I'm coughing too much, I might finish early. I don't know. Hopefully not. Morning, Champ. You're right, Charlie. As you can tell, I never came back yesterday, but that wasn't my fault. I'll explain when Pup's on, so I can apologise. Anyway, so I'm just enjoying a nice cup of tea, as us in the UK tend to do. Have you got any ideas of what planes or helicopters you're looking at the moment, Flight Sim? And what brought you to DCS? It's always quite interesting to find out, you know, people's paths, whether they're coming from other Flight Sim games, it's just something they've seen on passing, etc. DCS is just getting much better. The acceleration over the development over the past few years has rapidly increased, I must admit, having been playing with it for a number of years now. That's right from the very first module it ever did, which was a complete standalone game. When it was under the DCS brand anyway, and it wasn't DCS World then, it was just DCS. Every single module you bought, of which there was only one at the time, was a standalone game. Okay. Okay, no worries. Okay. Yeah, the trouble is with some of the non-full spec planes is there's a lot of keystrokes and there's no control from the cockpit and it's all key bindings. It makes it a little bit difficult, and it's a bit of a false economy really, where people think that that's it. It's a shame. I understand why there's a free plane. The one that gives you more is the Tier 51 module, because that one is full switch, full cockpit, full flight model, and the aerodynamics are better. The thing is, you can try everything for free anyway, or nearly everything, for 2 weeks, and they all work, and it's much better to save money if you're going to buy anything, to avoid the FC3 pack or anything like that and jump straight into a module. But you just have to know which one and make sure there's a sale on, and it's all, you're sucked in from there and your pocket's empty and your life gets taken over, and then you become a collector where the planes and modules you have far outweigh the planes that you fly, as I'm sure most people watching even at this moment will attest to. You know, you buy stuff as it comes out and then you end up flying a selection of that. Yeah, the F-18 is a very good place to start. Yeah, the F-18. I know in Microsoft Flight Sim they've got the F-18, but I don't get why you would want to fly military planes in Microsoft Flight Sim. You can't shoot shit, whereas in this it all works. And it is a very good aircraft to start with, and probably one of the biggest bangs for your buck, because it's very good air-to-air, air-to-ground, and aircraft carrier works. You know, it is a nice aircraft. Very easy to start, very easy to take off, interesting to land. If you follow the... I forgot what the name of it is. Typical. On speed, there we go, on speed method. And you should really use that all the time because it's practice for when you're on a carrier. But it is a nice aircraft. You just have to understand it a little bit and not try going bombing around, you know, around about 10,000 feet as fast as you can, because before you know where you are, you'll have no fuel. Once it gets into the BVR stuff, so beyond visual range, it starts to drop off for me, because then it's just about flying systems and plotting points, which is probably great if you're into flight sims per se. It does have a UFO, doesn't it? It's one of the pirate radio stations, and that's what it does. It just flies round and round. Anyway, I've nearly finished my tea, guys. As you can tell, my voice is hoarse, and this is so much better than it has been. So we'll see how we get on today. It's through coughing this week. It's been a particularly annoying cough, especially the way the weather's getting suddenly warmer. Anyway, right, give us a minute or two. I caught everybody out because I started that little bit earlier. There was another update today as well, which is all part of this ability to save, but it's got no interest for me just at this point yet, until it starts spilling over to the missions, and then it will make quite a good change. You'll probably hear me slurping my tea as well. I'll leave that on. I'm not sure whether the mic's picking up the slurping or not. Hey Barbie. Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. Oh, you're in Australia? Okay. What time have you got at the moment? It is coming up to, it's about 9 minutes to 10 o'clock Zulu time. Obviously the clock's changed this evening, so I'm not sure how far out you are. I'm guessing it's in the evening sometime, possibly around about 6ish maybe. Is it 6 coming up to 7 p.m. your evening or something like that? Or am I really way out? Anyway, right, let's get rid of this. Let's go onto here. Let's close this. Now I should be back in the game. Yep. Go and choose something to fly. I won't fly the F-18 today. The reason being is I have to change my stick. I know that sounds a bit odd, but I can relate to the buttons on there, and I try to use this stick for everything else. That's my own fault because I was lazy once and it screwed me over. I've got a Warthog stick, and when I learnt to fly the Harrier, the guy who was teaching me, which is Spatey, he pops on occasionally, I said, look, rather than me having to learn a new set of controls, just tell me the controls for the A10C. And then I'll learn the Harrier, which worked brilliantly. But that means I can't explain it to you. So that was useless. Do you know what I mean? It sort of was a shortcut way of learning, but I didn't know what the names of the controls were in the Harrier, so I suddenly realised that was pretty useless. Right, I'm going to jump into helicopter. Last week I think I was flying the A10C for a bit, which I hadn't flown for ages. I'll jump in there at some point, but first of all we'll jump into the Chinook and get some weapons out and ready. If anyone wants to watch this on YouTube, or even just see what it's like if you've got a monitor capable of more than 1080p, it's under the name MELL DCS, and you'll see it as I see it. I'm just waiting for this to draw in. It gets more and more ridiculous, but with every new module, when they first come out, they do tend to take a long time. The models are really quite detailed. It seems as though it's overcast here. You can see by the clouds, there's clouds over the sun, hence the reason why it looks like it looks. If you're interested in helicopters at all, this is absolutely amazing. It's nowhere near finished. There's lots of things not built in, but it flies quite nicely once you get the idea. Very easy startup, looks more complex than it is. I'm not bothered about the little guys on the bottom or the back. I'll go through the startup, and if we look up, and that's a really bad view there. Let's try and get that better. Right, scroll across. The other thing I haven't done is I haven't put my head up, have I, so to speak. Let's put that on. Should pop on now. Oh, is that all? Is that shimmery around the edge of my picture, or is it fairly solid? It's hard to tell for me. Right, what we're going to do now is just simply press the button on the battery and put the battery on. I tend to prefer flying with people. So usually we fly together. Sometimes we might do it on a Sunday, but then I don't stream it. Streaming and talking all the time, especially the way I do it, is sometimes, you know, it can be quite tiring, and you can hear my voice goes. I have a persistent cough, which doesn't help. And sometimes it's nice to not have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different things open on my screens just to stream, and just to be able to relax. Do you know what I mean? Whereas here I have to be a bit more switched on and think about what I'm doing, what I'm saying, and usually have a bit more focus, although you'll find that tends to slip during the stream. But yeah, generally I fly with people. I find it much more fun. I do training as well. I can't get as much done because of my workload at the moment. But I have about 2 nights a week where I can probably fit something in, although it's not necessarily flying this. It's just more wind down stuff. But I'm happy to teach people, and where I'm flying now in a group of people on here, I'm happy to move over to one of my servers and teach people if that's what they want, etc., which is more or less what the stream does. Right, so we've got the APU here. The APU is the auxiliary power unit, which provides power to allow you to start up the systems and start the module that you're flying. You'll find virtually everything that's relatively modern has an APU. Okay, right, what I'm going to do now is switch this down to the run position for 5 seconds, and then I'm going to switch it down to the start position for 2 seconds. You should hear the APU start up, and just after that you'll see APU ready. Okay, and we'll go to there. So 5 seconds to here, and then 2 seconds down to start, and then if we wait, that's the sound of a washing machine in the background doing a spin cycle, not the APU if you were wondering. And occasionally I've had this where it doesn't start up. Now, whether that's just buggy or not, I don't know. It's a relatively new module. Relatively new means it's been out for a few months and some things just aren't there. So if we look down here, yeah, it doesn't look like it's doing a lot. Right, let's look back up here, and I'll switch that off and I'll do it again. Okay, so 1, 5 for that, 2 for that, and let go. Look down at the dash. It's going to be one of those days. Is it on? Come on. Doesn't look like it, does it? Look. The interesting thing is sometimes if they've done an update and they've changed the start position, I don't know that, so if in doubt, start again. It's not a lot here you can get wrong, but usually it should be started by now. And you will hear a like that. Did that go down then? I wasn't watching. See, that's on now. So if we look up, and there it is. Now I did exactly the same as you saw, didn't do any different, and that's what happens sometimes. So once the APU is running, we're going to put the APU generator on, okay, and then we'll see a little bit more activity down here. There's a whole series of caution summaries down here which will be removed, and then there's advisories over here. So what we're going to do now is switch a few buttons. Some of these buttons don't actually do anything, I don't think, at this phase, but they are in startups, so sometimes it's good to get into the habit of using them, even though they're not necessarily doing a lot this time, because when those features do a lot, you'll be used to the procedure. So the cross feed's on, the aft and forward fuel for the left engine is on, the where is it, power transfer 1 and 2 is on. Don't think, I'll put it on now anyway. There's a backup power, I think it might come on after, but as I said, matters not. We're going to press the engine start button. Let me move my head a little bit, which is here. We're going to hold it over to number 1 and look down here. Can you see NG there increasing? I'll let go. When this NG1 gets to number 12, which it was, and then I'll just let go, right? I don't know what happened there, but I'll just do it again.
Zero Rumpy said, he retired our last funerals this week.
Let go. Oh, did you? Oh, can you see what's happening there? Look. So I'll hold it to 12, which is the startup procedure. Oh, I'm a plonker, aren't I? Sorry, that's my fault. Move this down to ground. This lever. Told you I get distracted sometimes. Is that ground? That looks... yeah, it's ground. And no one pointed it out. How dare you? It shows you don't pay attention. hold it to number 1, hold this to engine 1 to 12, and then let go, and you'll see that will carry on. So now everybody knows that if this starts to drop back down again after 12, it means you haven't slid that controller down into the right position. You can see most of these go off, and to be honest, when you do things like that, it does help, because it means that if you do miss something, and you got to remember I'm talking, explaining and switching, right? And sometimes I might distract myself, but if you do that, it's good to know how to sort of go back and fix a problem. Hey Stu. Okay, so when this goes up to about 55 or more, then we can start the right engine. So we go up here and we do much the same for the right engine, only this time we're just going to do the aft fuel and the forward fuel. We're going to slide the lever down to ground, and you do that just by rolling the mouse button at the moment. Okay, and then we're going to hold this to number 2. We're going to look down at NG again, and when it gets to 12, which it did, we're going to let go, and this will basically start to climb up. I can turn the volume of the game up a little bit if you want. However, that's just because it's in the cockpit, it's a bit quieter, and if I have it too loud here, it bleeds into the microphones as well. Okay, so once it's in this position and the NG is up on both, we're then going to roll the levers down to flight, and you'll see them latch over, and now you can hear the engines increasing. Okay, we're now also going to put on the left generator, and then the first generator, and then the second generator. Audio is what? I can't tell what that is, Stu. We don't need the APU anymore, and we don't need the APU generator anymore. We don't need the APU. Okay. We also don't need these power transfer buttons, and we don't need the crossover, which is right the way up the top. You can see I'm having to bend my neck. Oh right, is that what it meant? Was you on shift or holding shift or something? I was thinking, what's that mean? Right, okay, so now when we look down here, okay, interestingly, what's it say there? Parking brake is on. That's interesting. It normally says something else, and what it tells me is that EGI isn't on normally, so whether there's been any changes to this in this week's update, I don't know. So when I switch power, you can see we've got EGI 1 and EGI 2, and you have to turn these on. So you turn them on by clicking twice. So there's once, there's twice, and the same with EGI 2. There's once, there's twice. Radar warning receiver, we'll switch that on and you'll hear the woman yakking on. As soon as you switch it on. We look down here, I'm a bit zoomed in at the moment. We've got a cyclic trim. You can run it in manual if you want to, but there's a really good auto function. So this is on auto by default, and to make sure it's engaged, we're going to switch this on here to both. As we back off and look down here, we can see the countermeasures. So we're going to put them on arm, and I'm also going to put it on bypass so that I can actually fire the countermeasures. Excuse me. There's a bit of a burp and a cough. Okay, moving over here. We want some semblance of a map or something like that. So I think we come down to here. Switch this on and then put overlay on. Okay, and then we can do flight plan. I think there's a flight plan in already. This is pointing to the next flight plan. It is all very basic at the moment. We've got various things to read out there, but to be honest, when I'm flying this, I can't read them. because this to me is too far. This is about right where I want to be, but it's too far away for me to read. I don't know if this thing has a hood. Does anyone know in real life, does it have a hood or anything like that? Because if it doesn't, then I'm a bit buggered, so a lot of the stuff I'll be doing visually anyway. So what I'm going to do is lift up and fly over there just in front, and I'm going to pick up some cargo. It's script based, so I'll be using a script to pull the cargo in. However, once you pull the cargo in, the weight of the cargo is added to the helicopter. Unlike the Huey, and much better than the Mi-8, this thing can carry what the technical terms, a shit ton of stuff, I think. Okay, anyone got any questions so far? I'm not sure if there's been any updates to it. The control of it is amazing. It's, when it first come out, it was like, has anyone, this is going to be so niche, anyone driven a boat? Is that the right word, driven? Especially canal boats, because they're slow, they're big, they're heavy, and when you put the engines, say, back to neutral, they just keep going. And you have to anticipate every single movement of the rudder, especially when you're going into locks, turning corners, stuff like that. And it's a bit like a boat. That's how it flies, right? So you have to anticipate everything. The other thing you need to be aware of is it is very heavy, but when you're coming down, when you've got cargo on and it's even heavier, you'll suddenly find that that weight will suck you down, just like if you're sling loading something heavy with a Huey. So you have to be aware. So at this point, myself and others included still have a tendency to get caught out by that, and it'll just drop out the sky like a brick. Okay, right, so just gently increase the collective, and this thing just floats up, as you can see. It's really, really, you know, you can virtually, when it's like this, it's got that much power, you can just do it a little bit hands off.
2 o'clock, searching.
So I'm just coming over. I think this is the right one. I can't remember if it's this side or the other. It's probably the other, but we'll soon find out. So I'm just going to grab a few things to set up some basic defences before I start flying in anything else. Usually quite early on we start being attacked by Mi-28s, and it takes quite a bit to actually get them out of the way. So if you just jump into attack choppers or something, then there's a good chance you're going to find yourself dead very early on. So let's see if I'm in the right place. We want some sort of AAA, and we're going to try for some phalanxes. Yeah, I thought so. I might be on the wrong side. I know we do it every week, but I forget. I've got to get a little bit closer. Where's the helicopters? They're over there, aren't they? As I said, I can't remember whether it's this side, that side, or over to the left, but this is what happens when you get old. You forget something you do every week. This will probably be in the wrong place as well. I look like an idiot. Well, that's nothing new, is it, really? Man. I'll try the other side, shall I? I know there's a side for arming, and there's a side for repairs, and there's a side for cargo.
7 o'clock, searching.
You going, are you taking out SAMs at the moment, Charlie, or are you going air support cap?
No,
Mi-28s, those ones. Okay. Yeah, no worries. Let's try. Hey, morning, Glyn. How are you feeling this week? I hope you're improving over last week. Yeah, I'm in the right place. So when this loads, you'll see what sort of weight is being added. And then you'll also see when I take off and fly, it's just like it doesn't notice. So that's 3,990 pounds. If you deal in metric, there's 1 kilo is 2.2 pounds. That's fine, matey. The thing is, if you're a lot better, that's in the right direction. Crap diet, crap diet. As long as it's jelly and ice cream, do you know what I mean? But that's good, matey. It's all in the right direction. So I'm going to load 3 of these up and then go and place them out on our sort of current front line. That will stop the enemy helicopters. If Charlie does what he's saying he's doing and completes it all, we won't get anything. Well, there you go, mate. So what do you prefer, the pain or the crap diet? So I take it that's the pasta causing the problem, isn't it? So if we look at the F10 map, I'm over here at the moment. So hey, Stu. So this is the main area that we're attacking. There's a lot of stuff. Sure. Oh, right, yeah. No, not on Ryanair. Why am I that bad? Okay, so what we're going to do is, I think this is the flag that we use. I'm going to just place some markers. So I'm going to put something on this hill here. And then I'm going to move something about 500 meters. So I'm going to put something over here. The idea being that these things will have a little bit of crossfire. And then I'm going to move and put something sort of over here. All roundabouts anyway. Oh, I'll switch that off, don't I, when I do that. So it'll just give me a guideline. So from where I am now, I'm going to be heading, what, 2994? We're only about just over 2 miles away. Okay, so we'll take off. And again, you know, it's that powerful, this thing, that even with all this weight on, you just lift in the air really, really easily and gently. But coming down is a different problem, so you have to be really careful. Now earlier on you saw me switch the eggy on, and you saw me also switch the trim system into auto. And when you go in a certain speed, which I will be with a bit of luck, I'm going just to the right of that mast over there, and maybe just to the left or right of this hill. And then what I'm going to do in a minute, let me put my thingy on so you can see. Has that come on? No, not yet. Let's try it again. And of course, I'm in the way. Excellent. The trouble is, if I move myself over, you don't see the you don't see important things that you need to see within the cockpit. I'm just balancing this off just a little, but basically, why is that so high? Slow that down a little bit. So this, right, is now completely hands-free, and you can see it flies level by itself. And that normally happens once you're over a certain speed. I don't think I'm over that speed at the moment, but it just does it. It keeps itself nice and level, and you just basically fly. Now it also keeps it in a coordinated turn as well, which probably now is not the time to demonstrate that. Wait till I've dumped the phalanxes off. And if you can hear that funny noise in the background, can you hear that? That's a bike started up in some sort of car parky house thing over there, back there. And it is really loud. I'm going to start coming down a little bit here because I can see I'm floating high. You can also see there's quite a lot of mist in the background. Mist was introduced quite a few patches ago, and it does add a bit of atmosphere. And also see how the sun changes as well, and the lighting as it breaks through the clouds. See that in the cockpit there on the right side of the cockpit. It's lit up compared to the left. You can see the sun and the shadow. Right, so, oh look at me, I've flown way over. You know what I've done, don't you? I've put these markers on the wrong bloody lake. That's fine, I know where to put the first one anyway. Thought it was a bit close. I'll move them all in a minute.
3 o'clock, searching.
So I'm starting to come down, see this little hill just behind this lake. I'm going to put one on there. And I'm starting to slow down already in anticipation of stopping. If anyone's got any questions, please ask. If I can't answer it, which there's a good chance I won't be able to, there's somebody in chat who may be able to. I know usually chat is made up of a whole variety of people who are relatively new, and also people who know DCS extremely well, know other modules far more than I do. And occasionally they'll put me right in certain things, which is absolutely great. So if I'm doing something which you consider to be a load of bollocks, please feel free to jump in and put me right. Could do a Ryanair landing. Hopefully I won't do a Ryanair landing. Hopefully I'll bring it in and do a proper landing. You can see by the movement, right, on the cyclic, how little movement you need to put into helicopters. And if you are moving to helicopters from aircraft, that's something you really need to bear in mind. It's more of a very small input often than a big input. More of a nudge than any great movement at all. Okay, Sting. You have to press the button for your mic. Bet his mic's off. Oh, I'm sorry, I can hear you now. You alright, matey? Tell you what, I come to work the other morning and it was 10 degrees here. By the time I got up your way, it was bloody 0.
SA-11, 3 o'clock, searching.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
SA-3.
Yeah. When the CV1s, the Oculus first come out, I tried it and the immersion is absolutely brilliant in VR, and of course this is VR out the box and it's absolutely stunning. The issue is when you stream in VR, because your view is so different, it's a little bit reminiscent of when people used to have videos back in the day, or cine cameras as they were called, and were moving left to right and everything, you know, make you feel sick. And when you're streaming and you've got VR on, oh I know, yeah I know matey, it's not a lot I can do with it, but with a bit of luck I might be able to drop something and shoot him before he destroys me. There's a tendency, right, and you see it quite a bit in DCS, where people who are streaming, there's that much head turning, it makes it really difficult to watch.
SA 8, 7 o'clock, searching, Rapier, 7 o'clock, searching.
Oh, I know that MI8's right round, obviously shooting at me.
SA 8,
So what I got to try and do,
searching,
and I'm trying to use the
7
trees a little bit.
searching, Rapier, 7 o'clock, searching.
Yeah, I'm trying to use the trees a little bit, so he was coming in from the left, I think, possibly. Yeah, I'll be over these trees soon. Yeah, he shot me and he's taken part of me down, but I'll dump one of these and hopefully that'll get rid of it with a bit of luck.
Searching.
Let's see if he gets shot down. I won't be able to fly again, I don't think, unless this thing shakes like buggery. Right. Yeah, I'm on fire, and my little man's having a go at him. Oh, he's already dead. I don't know the song, Sting. No. You will, sorry, mate. Right. I'll try and move these guys to where I want before I burst into flames. I've got one out, which shot him, so it's a start. My helicopter cockpit's just gone off, and I've still got two phalanxes, so I may as well drop them rather than taking them back. Well, rather than them blowing up, I guess. I can't put them where we want them. Okie dokie. You can see now why I wanted to get these out quick, because these Mi-28s come in. Oh, it's looking like my helicopter might have fixed itself, would you believe it? Unless it's got backup systems that I'm not aware of.
8 o'clock, searching.
But all the MFDs have come back on. I've got a problem in one engine, obviously, but I might even be able to get this back. Especially with no weight. Oh yeah, don't use Steam. If you're downloading it on Steam, I would stop it now. Sorry, what was that, Stu?
Rapier, 5 o'clock, searching.
Ah, it's alright, I'll get there. The reason why I say that is because if you want to trial stuff, you need to download the version from the website. If you type !DCS, I'm just telling you. I know there's a delay, don't worry. So on Steam, right, you'll get your modules and that's it. On the DCS side of things, what will happen is that you'll get you'll be able to trial nearly every module, right, for 2 weeks each. In that 2 weeks they work perfectly. After 2 weeks they stop working. So you go and download a different module. Never download more than one at a time, because 2 weeks is nothing in the scheme of things. By the time you've gone through most of the modules, you've hit 6 months at least. After 6 months you can do it all again. So in theory you can play DCS for a whole year without buying anything. Okay? The game will auto update, so as soon as you start it up, it auto updates and it just works. When you have a sale on, the sale in DCS is always starts earlier than the sale in Steam, so you have a bigger window to buy something if you want to. Whereas in the Steam you don't get any of that. And the difference is obviously for the people who write the stuff, they get all the money instead of having a percentage at Steam. So Steam's good for the distribution, but it's not necessarily always best for the developers, whereas all the money goes back to the developers, and as a benefit you get these trials that you don't get in Steam. If you have bought something in Steam, you can transfer that over to the standalone and use it in the standalone, but you won't be able to use it in Steam again. So that's a big advantage. If you are downloading on Steam, you can leave it to download, because if you've got enough disk space, when you install the standalone version, it will copy it from the Steam files, and therefore it will speed up the download. See what I mean? So it will basically copy over some of the download from the Steam files, and then when it's finished you can delete the Steam version and recoup your space. Does that make sense? Right, I'm going to try and take this back. It's obviously damaged. I'll take it back and get another one. Although, why not? Let's see if I can get it repaired. Is it running all right on Steam? And if anyone can see it on YouTube, is it looking smooth enough? Colours okay? Audio okay? Stuff like that. Except I've lost my way. Where am I? Going completely the wrong direction. Yeah, ideally, right, ideally it's better for you. Thanks, Stu. It's better for you to get the standalone version. So if you click in chat, put !DCS, you'll get a link. But it's up to you whether you stop the Steam version from downloading and recover the space, or whether you let it download and then wait till you've installed the other one. It really depends on how much space you've got.
SA8, 6 o'clock, searching.
So this is
Radar.
going.
6 o'clock, searching.
Oh, there you go, look. Bit of a fire. Let's see if this works. I'm looking down there. I'm turning the helicopter. And can you see the little
Searching.
slip indicator underneath that dial? Right, is in the middle. So the trimmer system, right, is keeping this in a coordinated turn. I'm not doing any rudder input at all. So as I roll over and turn, it stays coordinated. If you don't know what that means, please ask, I will explain it. But I do need to bring it down over there and get it fixed. Also need to change the markers as well. Thought it was a bit close when I put them out.
SA11, 7 o'clock, searching. HQ7, 6 o'clock, searching. SA11, 8 o'clock, searching.
The colour's okay, by the way. I know it'll look a little bit darker on
Searching. HQ7, 6
a little bit darker on
Radar.
Twitch.
Searching. Radar. 6 o'clock, searching.
As I mentioned the other week, you know, people start to use
6 o'clock, searching.
Redoodad
6 o'clock,
to
searching.
change all the colour system. I forgot what that's called as well this week. My brain's dropping out. Whereas I don't think you need to, if you just sort the gamma out properly. Reshade, thank you. Yeah, I don't think you need reshade. I think you just need to know how to
7 o'clock,
utilise the gamma. And if you play in a room that is brightly lit, you'll find your colours are not so great. Whereas if you play with the light off, depending on the head tracking, if you use head tracking, and your monitor, if you play in a darker room, your colours look so much better anyway. I think they look better on an OLED as well. You know, on mine, black is black and everything in between is just spot on. But that's because my gamma's turned down. Different rooms, different monitors, you know, you're going to have different settings. So I'm just starting to slow down now.
6 o'clock. Searching.
Again, now I've lost an engine, I need to be careful how I come
9
down.
o'clock.
More so than before, and then you have to be careful anyway.
SA3. 6 o'clock. Searching. Rapier. 7 o'clock. Searching. Rapier. 7 o'clock. Searching. SA8.
I think I'm going to
9
the
o'clock.
right place.
Searching. SA8. 8 o'clock. Searching. 6th wing. 5 o'clock. Searching. SA8. 9 o'clock. Searching.
It's this Stingy over there. Assume that's Stingy. If anyone wants to join in, you're more than welcome. But to get a repair, I need to stop this thing. And it will take 3 minutes. Hey, hello Redbeard. How are you this week? You coming in to fly? If anyone does want to fly with us, by the way, it's a good idea to get hold of TeamSpeak if you can. Just makes it easier to coordinate a little bit. Right, let's see if I can stop this thing and get it to repair. That's the word I was looking for. So it's a click. And a roll back. Oh. Now, if I don't do anything, this thing's just going to sit there and just keep turning. So, let's see if this is going to work. So what I'm doing is increasing the pitch on the blades. Till the pitch, you can see the blades getting thicker and thicker. But that should stop it. Okay. Probably a fire extinguisher. I probably should have put that out, but this thing should stop. Switch my jennies off. Switch my battery off. Don't know if there's a rotor brake. Looks like it's stopped. Let's see if I can get a repair. Typical, no answer. I may have landed in the wrong part. Or it's because it's moving, let's see. Request repair. Nope, may have been in the wrong part. Doors, how do I open the doors? Are the doors to open? I don't. It's got to be doors to open, hasn't there? Usually Control C. It's see, have I got a Control C? Nope. I don't have Control C. Let me just check. That's doors I want. Jesus. Trapdoor. Is there a trapdoor? Oh. Maybe there's a pilot door. No. Can't see any doors other than engineer doors. Open, close, overhead console. EAPS, I don't know what that is. Might not be a door, but it doesn't look like I can get a repair, in which case I'll just get another one. I'll just try once more for a repair, but I don't think I'll get one. Especially if I press the wrong button. I'll put wheel chocks in.
Chief, place the wheel chocks.
See if I get a response from them. No, I don't. So that tells me it's either radio or in the wrong place. I'll select another one. At least I got it back and it should just go back into stock, so to speak. And then I'm going to make another cup of tea. Now that I've been talking for 45 minutes, I can tell. As you can tell, my voice is hoarse anyway, as I said at the beginning. Right, we're going to have a look at thingamajig. There we go. There's Stingy. I'll be back in a minute. I'll leave the audio on so you can hear what's going on with Stingy, and I'll be back when I've made a drink. Waiting for the cable to boil. If anyone's got any questions, just jump in with us. Not sure what Stingy's going on after at the moment. Oh, right, I think I know. Likely to be some tanks out there. How's Redbeard anyway? So if we have a little look at the map. Hey Camel. Sorry Stu, what was that?
The tanks are still patrolling.
Nah, right. Alright. You alright Camel? How are you, cheeky bugger? Camel is a proper pilot, by the way. So he was being a bit tongue-in-cheek. How is everything? Right, so that's one of the locations that we're going to use. As I said, I put the other markers too far. Not quite yet. I'm sure at some point it'll sort of... I bet that's the thing, that's a proper helicopter pilot, isn't it? Just wiggle the stick, and if you land and you get back in one piece, then that's, you know, excellent. That's job done. I keep watching Pilot Debrief, and admittedly most of it's planes. You know, and you sometimes get some of the helicopter issues up on a feed. And it's just, I can understand why commercial pilots call, you know, literally I've taught a commercial pilot how to fly a helicopter, and he was very much, you know, they call them swirly whirly death machines. there's so little you can do, you know, if something really goes wrong. But some of the people flying aircraft, oh my God, you know, it's a bit like having a car, and then the cars feel quite safe, so you just assume everything's fine. You know, if you had a big spike on your steering wheel pointing at your head, you would drive a lot more careful. But you get the impression that some people do not appreciate the dangers of flying airplanes or helicopters in real life sometimes, and it just boggles the mind. Anyway, I'll be back in a second or two. I'll just go pour me tea.
Coming in on 7 o'clock. No. Last couple of weeks, it was at the spawn point, but this time it hasn't worked.
I would imagine, Camel, and you can, you know, fill me in on this one. I would imagine that flying. Yeah, I was going to say, I would imagine flying, when you're flying a helicopter, obviously in real life, for those that aren't aware, it's a tiring experience because you are having to be like switched on and running at 100% all of the time. As much as there might be an element where, you know, you could think it's relaxing, you can't relax.
I will get that second one downloaded and then I might join you guys later.
Yeah, that's fine, flight sim. Do you know what I mean, Camel? You know, it's like if you drive a distance in a car and it's busy, you can't like come back home and sit down and go to sleep because that's switched on, that you've got to wind down first. And I would imagine flying helicopters or anything, you've just got to be switched on and alert, and do you know what I mean, on top of everything all of the time. And I would imagine it's quite a tiring experience, never having flown any distance at all. Is that right, or is that, you know, a little bit more relaxing than we think?
D underscore said, it's a real rough experience mentally. Years, you do relax and leave.
Yeah,
110%.
yeah, that makes sense. I suppose it's like as you've driven more and more, you know, sometimes you can be other places, but you're still in the game. Do you know what I mean? It's not the same as relax, where you relax. It's not quite so tense. It's not gripping everything tight, which is something you shouldn't be doing anyway. But you would notice the slightest change in sound. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. And it should be like a tiring experience. But again, as I said, when you see some of these pilot debriefs or some of the things that do, the level of risk that people take, especially when they've got other people in the helicopter, or not in the helicopter so much, in the plane, it just boggles the mind. You know, the decisions people do. It's I know sometimes in the split second thing, you know, you've got a choice to make. But there's a lot of people make the wrong choice, if that makes sense. And the fact that you have pilots, because, you know, it's that situation where you're pressured, you've got to get back because someone's got to do something. So you take a risk.
Thank you for the follow, Glenegg 11.
and then they end up dead. And that's like, you know, it's just not worth it. If someone's going to miss something, someone's going to miss something. You know, it just doesn't make sense. Right, try that again. Thank you for the follow there, Glennick. Let's see if it comes on this time. I'm having the same issues before.
I have been doing 10 hours on the go recently, and although I physically feel fine mentally, when I get home I'm so tired.
Yeah. But is that a sort of tired where you've got to stop? Hi Glennick, just bear with me for 1 second. Is that where you get back and you sort of, do you have to wind down before you can go to sleep? It's because it's your head that's worn out and it's still racing, do you know what I mean? As though the adrenaline's still there. Yeah, I mean 10 hours is a long time. Right, okay, so, sorry Glennick. Yeah, it's PvP, PvE, you get a mission editor, there's a whole variety of modules. I'm currently flying in a Chinook. Difference between this and other flight sims is that all the weapon systems work. Okay, let's go and find... Oh, looks like the patch is dead. So... things like this, for instance, when it's not on fire, are two pilots, a pilot and a gunner, so it's multiplayer. All the systems, no, bursting. All the systems work. This is an F-18. Everything works there. All the bombs work. You can fire at anything, blow anything up. The systems in game work. A-10Cs, F-18s, F-16s, World War II, everything. It is what you want it to be. We are flying a mission at the moment. If I just jump out of this helicopter for now and go to, let's have a look, what am I after? Select role and release the slot and go to the briefing. Okay, you'll see what sort of stuff we're up against. So anything that's red are enemies. We're over here and we're currently attacking this target areas. We've got a whole variety of things moving around. So these are AI based. These are tanks and things. If we jump in and look up, am I in the right place? I don't think I am. No, what an idiot. Just one moment, let me go back there. No, these are AI. The players are on the attacking. Oh, we got trains on as well. I'm not sure how I got to that. Unless, is there weapons and stuff on there? No, there's not. I didn't realise trains were working in multiplayer the way they should. I seem to have picked up on a train here, Stu.
Do you play with joysticks?
Yeah, oh yeah. I didn't know they were working in multi.
I bet they still go through each other because they're on the...
Possibly. I think...
I mean, we can shoot. We can actually shoot them. But when they pass it...
I don't know why this isn't working. I can't seem to switch to it. You got a mixture. So these are AI, and these will be set to do various things. We've got Mi-28s, which are the enemy helicopters. And then there's a variety of us. When I go back into select role, you see some of the things we can choose. A-10Cs. All of these are full switch. AJS 37s, which is the Swedish plane. AV-88s, those are hovers. C-101s training. CH-47s are Chinooks. And then F1? Oh, F4. F-14s, F-15s, F-16s, JF-17s, KA-50s, helicopters, L-39 trainer, Mirage, Mi-24, German attack helicopters, Mi-8s, those the Russian attack helicopters. Yeah, the others were Russian, not German. MiGs, Kiowa. Gazelle, and then there's some of these which will be not full switch. These are from an earlier game where they're not all cockpit switchable. Helicopters, Hueys that you can use for various things, etc., etc. And that's only some of the aircraft. There's still some missing from that list. I'm currently flying in the oh, for God's sake, in the Chinook, which is multiplayer, but it's a new module. It's not finished yet, so there's quite a lot missing. As far as joysticks, you cannot fly it with a keyboard. If you look at the control system, in fact, for some reason, I've lost all of my keys on there. If you look at the control system, the helicopter I'm in, I'll show you the level of controls you end up with. So everything but axis. So there's a lot of controls. Now, when you get what we call a full switch or high fidelity module, you can click everything in the cockpit. So you don't need to do all of this, okay? In fact, if you look, these are my joysticks and things set over here, and all those on the left are usually keyboard or other things that you can set. So you would normally want to use a joystick. You can get away with a controller, but it's so limited for obvious reasons. And also, as soon as you start doing certain things, you don't have enough fingers and thumbs. So it's always advisable to have a joystick, even if it's the basic, cheapest joystick you can get, as long as it moves forward, back, left, right, and rotates, and it's got a button. If you do have a joystick with a simple one hat or one button, you can utilize modifiers. And as you can see on here, left alt control shift left win, right alt right control shift right win will add extra functions to the buttons that you've got on your joystick. So if you've got a joystick, use it with your right hand, use some of the controls with your left hand on the keyboard. That works absolutely fine. You can also define switches and modifiers. So if you have got a joystick system, you can assign a button on your joystick, say on your throttle somewhere, and when you press that button, you can make all the switches that you've got on your hats and your throttle do something different. So this gives you the flexibility of being able to play with a whole variety of controllers, from the most simple all the way up to the most complex. All right, you've got switches as well, which means you've got a permanent switch to change everything, and you switch it off and then it's back to where it was. So you got a variety. The other thing is, if you download it from DCS itself, you'll get 2 free aircraft. One is an Su-25, I think, which is an old module bought in from a previous game they did, where you've got to just assign all the keys or use the keyboard with multiple fingers. And then you've also got a TF-51, which is a World War II module, but that you can switch all the buttons in the cockpit with, and you've got a proper flight model. You can also, he says, nearly taking a breath, download it from DCS and try nearly all of the modules, maps and things out for completely free for 2 weeks each one. But you really do need a joystick to get the most out of it. It's an amazing simulator, and it's just getting better and better with time. This module is fairly basic at the moment because it's incomplete, and as such, it's rather simplistic the way that it's working. Not everything is functioning, but it's quite easy to start up. I did go through it on stream earlier, and it is recorded, so you'll be able to see it. Anyway, so we're going to switch the battery on, and then we're going to switch the APU on and make sure we can get that started. And then once we can get that started, then we can carry on starting the aircraft up. Have you not come across DCS before, Glennick? It's VR out the box as well, so you can literally just use VR, and everything is in VR, and it just works perfectly. Switch the APU on. And then, as before, we'll start the left engine, put the cross feed on, fuel pumps Move this down to ground. Is that it there? Yeah, I think. Put the backup power system on, put the power crossover on, and press and hold number 1 until NG on number 1's at 12, and let go. Okay, and wait for that now to get to 55 and the helicopter, one of the engines starts up. And then once it's at 55, 56, we're going to start the right hand engine. Okay, so we've got start the right hand engine, forward fuel, sorry, aft fuel, forward fuel. Turn this down to ground. And then hold the engine start over to number 2 until that one hits 12. There it is. And then we just wait for that one to get to 55, 56. So are you genuinely asking, Glennick, have you come across this before? Welcome to the channel. If you've got any questions, please ask. I can't answer all of them, but there's usually somebody in chat who can. Have you tried the Apache, not the Apache, the Chinook at all camel? Okay, so that's ready to roll now. So we go back up, move the engines into flight mode, and the RPM will increase. Yeah, it's nowhere near finished, and I mean nowhere near. The flight handling was awful at first. It was like if you pushed forward, the delay was massive, so by the time it was going forward you'd have to be pulling it back, and it was like 180 degrees out. Some of that is obviously attributable to the weight and everything, but it just didn't feel nice. But then they bought in the one of the trimmer systems, and now it is really, really nice to fly, but it catches you out on the sheer weight. So we'll put the Jennies on. We no longer need the APU. We no longer need the the APU gen or the APU. Don't need the power transfer. Some of this stuff does nothing at this point, but I'll press it because I know I should, just to keep me from following a process. So we'll switch power on, switch EGI 1 on. As I said before, it's 2 clicks, not 1. So if it doesn't come on, click it again. And RWR.
11 o'clock. Searching. Fixed wing. 4.
Trimmer system is down here. It's cyclic trim, and you can do it manually, but by default it's on auto. And to engage it, you need to move the system selector to both. The countermeasures that are here will switch arm and bypass. So I should be able to fire the countermeasures on the. I don't know what these are called, whether they're MFDs, DDIs, MFCDs or whatever, but I'll call them screens for now. So we can switch this on, switch on the overlay. There's the flight plan. I haven't even programmed a flight plan in this. I know you can, but I haven't touched it. There's too little in it apart from flying, picking it up, carrying something. You can put gunners on as well, which I don't tend to bother with. It's quite nice to fly. It feels incredibly light, feels really powerful, but it'll basically smack you around the butt cheeks if you don't take into consideration its weight, and you'll VRS very, very easy coming in. So you do, have to be extremely mindful of it. Okay, again it'll just float up really nice and gently, and it just looks incredibly easy to do. And to be honest, it feels easy to do, but it will spank you if you don't flick that dial onto 1 and 2 or both. You've got a whole different flight experience. The amount of weight it can lift is phenomenal. The last one I took out, I got shot down, but the things I dropped off shot down the thing that shot me down, so
5 o'clock.
I
Searching.
managed to fly it back on one engine. As I said, all the systems aren't in place yet, but it's good enough. I can't even read that stuff without zooming in. You start zooming in when you're in a helicopter, and you end up sort of being in situations you don't want to be in. And my keyboard stopped working, as you can hear. Just bear with me 1 second. If you're wondering why some things work and others don't, it's because I have a G13, which is a little gaming keyboard with a little joystick on. I hate things like this because when I lean over, my glasses drop and I can't see. So with a bit of luck, after a few seconds, let's put the mics back where they should be. After a few seconds, I should have a keyboard again. Let's have a look. Yep, there we go. Also, I'm not going through the what's it, for the benefit of those who don't know what I look like and how old I really am. You can see me there. Obviously, if you're looking on YouTube, you won't see me at all. Right, okay, so I'm going to take out, again, as before, phalanx, wait for it to get loaded, take them to the marks where I was trying to go before, and then we'll back those up with some doodads, which I forget the name of. Hey, Yam. I tell you what, Pedro, aka Yam, if I sent you to sleep the other week, my voice is getting better, but you should have heard it during the week. It's one of those, 5-minute go to sleep voices, following on from what you said last week. Unless that's why you've put me on, it's just so you can go to sleep. I was having to read something out on a one-to-one meeting yesterday, and it just felt like I should be doing a radio channel. Do you know what I mean? It was a rasp, but a sort of low level, warm encompassing rasp, if that makes sense. It's too much coughing this week, to be honest. Sometimes I feel like I'm going to cough and my lungs will just flow out with it all. That would be quite amusing, wouldn't it? Except I need them. So I can put 3 of these on, and as you can see, the weight that goes in 3,000 something pounds per system. Oh, 11,000. Yeah, when it's like that, definitely. Right, okay, so we're off again, and earlier on I did say this is where we're headed. So this is where I dropped the first ones because I got shot, so I'm going to drop the others over here and here, and hopefully that will give us a front line. It's very, excuse me, it's very repetitive in terms of this mission, but if you don't put any defences out at all, you're just going to get, now my voice has dropped to gear up, you're just going to get shot to shit, basically. I suppose in
8 o'clock. Searching.
as I was about to say, in theory I suppose I should really have a week off, but I try and make an effort. If it gets too bad and I'm coughing too much, then I might have to finish a bit earlier, but the trouble is, the more I cough, the more it irritates.
Radar.
Oh, Leon,
Searching.
is this on holiday or work? Oh, man, it's bad. I don't know. Mind you, it depends. As long as you're not working, really late. Say you got some big project on where you sort of work until 8 o'clock at night to get it done in the 2 weeks, then that's a ball's ache. People think that when you go abroad or go somewhere to work away, I always say to people at work on purpose, how was your holiday? Because I know it winds them up. And I know in reality, they stop in a hotel, they go to where they've got to go, and they very rarely go out from there. So you never see anything. Whereas if you finish at a normal time, and you've got somebody there that is willing to sort of take you and show you around and stuff like that, it's a bit of a ball's ache. Unless you sneak a woman over with you, sometimes you can ask. I used to work away, and as I got a hotel anyway, I'd say, oh, can such and such come? And they'd say, yeah, fine, it's fine. You know, obviously they won't pay for food and stuff, which is fine, but at least you can take someone with you. They'll just go and wander around and go shopping and shit, and you get back and then you got someone to go out to a restaurant with or go out to something. Do you know what I mean? Most companies I've been with are fairly okay with it.
Rapier, 11 o'clock.
Anyway, how's your head been?
7 o'clock. Searching. Radar. 12 o'clock. Searching. Radar. 12 o'clock. Searching. Radar. 12 o'clock. Searching. SA-15.
It is very nice to fly this, by the way.
Radar. 12 o'clock.
As I was saying, I think it's just before you come on Camel how the
SA-3. 1 o'clock.
the system, once you get to a certain speed, you can just
Searching.
basically let go, really, to some extent. I think I've gone a bit adrift here. Yeah,
9 o'clock.
I'm alright.
Searching. Radar.
You can let go to some extent, and it will auto, what's the word?
SA-3. 2 o'clock.
It'll basically adjust the rudder, so it'll keep it on a coordinated turn,
Searching.
up to 60 degrees, would you believe it? I think that kicks in when you're at a certain speed. Yeah, fair enough. Alright, Lisa, yeah, we're good. Apart from my voice, which isn't such a bad thing. I'm not ill. Thinking that I've just been coughing this week, especially as the temperature started to be a little bit odd.
Radar. 1 o'clock. Searching.
But yeah, I've been quite good. Apart from I had 3 hours sleep the other night, and I was supposed to get up at
3 o'clock.
12 o'clock,
7. 1 o'clock.
like 12 o'clock in the evening, to go to work. And for some reason I just didn't go to sleep, and then went to sleep 3 hours before, and I ended up with a 4-hour drive and a 8-day work day.
Radar. 1 o'clock.
And when I come back, I was fine for a bit, then I went to go to sleep for an hour. Turned into 12 hours.
SA-8. 1 o'clock. Searching.
But I'm blaming Lace for that.
2 o'clock. Searching.
Right, so I've got this other one to drop down over here. As I said before, I'm mindful of the weight I've got on, and I know what this thing is like. It's still going to catch me out at some point, where you're coming down, you think you've got control of it, and then it drops like a lead weight.
SA-8.
I'm just trying to go over to the right a little bit by the looks of it. I'm going to try and put these phalanx so they've got good crossover. The other ones are over there to my right. If I put them too far,
Searching.
then that's a bit of a waste. Right, so it's just over here somewhere. So if Charlie's doing what he's doing, it should cut down on the attacks by the helicopters. And this will give Stingy some backup. We saw Stingy on the
7 o'clock.
F10 map not long ago, as I was just looking at that. So again, you can see what the stick movement is for this thing.
7. 2 o'clock.
It's just minimal. It is for all helicopters, to be honest. If you fly a real helicopter, it's fingertips
3 o'clock.
and very little movements.
4 o'clock.
As I said, it's more of a nudge, lots of little nudges, rather than, you know, a full grip and you've got to wang your stick around like you will in a plane sometimes. It's more a case of like just moving something off balance, or that's how I would think probably is a good way of describing it. Imagine you're trying to balance on top of a big ball. and you just basically have to put a little bit of pressure in to move in any direction. Too much and you'll fall off. And I think that is about like flying a helicopter. Is that a good analogy, Mr. Camel?
2 o'clock, searching. SA3, 2 o'clock, searching. Fixed wing, 8 o'clock, searching.
I think this will probably do. I'm nearly where I'm supposed to be. Where's my pointer? It's difficult to see. But this is going to be close enough. So I'm just lifting the nose a little bit, dropping the back down slightly before the front, dropping the
SA11,
gun out,
searching.
and then I'll unpack the gun.
8 o'clock, searching. SA11, 3 o'clock.
Well, once I've unloaded it even.
Here. 1 o'clock, searching.
This should pop a big crate out the back. How that gets in through the back of this, I don't know, but as I said, all of this is scripted. You can do sling loading. Here's it. I use something called AIM XYZ. So if you Google that, you can find it on Amazon now. At one point, you can only buy it from China. There's a few reviews on it, and I bought it, I don't know, it could be a year ago to test for my other half. It works really well, to be honest. It gives you 6 degrees, as you can see. So you got in, out, up, down, right, left, rotation, and roll. Okay? And it works really well. And what's nice is there's nothing on my head. I've got no cables attaching me to the computer. If I want to go and make a drink or get up and go to the loo, I'll just go out and that's it. So there we go, we got one phalanx, okay? So it's a little bit back, but it'll do the job. Put the other one there. 249. Can't even see this. I'll just go and see where I end up.
SA15, 3 o'clock, searching. Radar, 2 o'clock,
So
searching.
let's see which way I'm going. I'm going more or less the right direction. I want to go underneath these pylons.
15, 3
Just bear in mind this thing's a little bit bulkier than most things.
searching. SA3, 2 o'clock, searching. SA11, 3 o'clock, searching.
See these sheds in the background.
Radar, 2 o'clock, searching. SA11, 3 o'clock, searching.
If you do hit those cables with any part of the helicopter, it's a bit like a fly trap and it will destroy you, basically. I think I might have put these just a little bit too far away apart, but what I'll do is put I think it's Jeopards I've got to take.
Radar, 2 o'clock, searching. SA11, 3 o'clock, searching.
Just starting to slow down again.
Searching. SA11, 3 o'clock.
Is it this one I'm after? Yeah, it is slightly right.
1 o'clock, searching. Radar, 1 o'clock, searching.
Go and put it down in this little
Searching.
cover in there where the trees are. Give it a little bit of cover.
SA15, 1 o'clock, searching. SA15, 2 o'clock, searching.
Missing pup at the moment.
SA11, 2 o'clock, searching.
I don't think this is too far again from where we were before. No. So this will do the job.
As soon as my friends step down the
Yeah, give it a go. What's your bandwidth down? Is it quite light? Where are you from as well, Flight Sim? So again, we'll just unload. And then unpack. And then I'll go back and get a different anti-air and drop that in between. We could do with more people doing this if you've got the Chinook, to be honest, or if you've got anything. It's always quite useful. More people, the better, because we basically end up sort of repeating and
Searching.
having to do the same thing over again. And sometimes we get to nearly completing to where we are, but other times we don't.
SA 11, 5 o'clock. Searching. Radar. 3 o'clock. Searching. Fixed wing. 9 o'clock. Searching. SA 15, 3 o'clock. Searching. Radar. 2 o'clock. Searching. SA 15, 3 o'clock. Searching. SA 3, 3 o'clock.
I'm going to go into that little clearing in that field, I think. With a little hill. Might do that, yeah. It's slightly sloped, so I'll just drop it on the top of there. And then I'll get some, I think it's Jeopards I'm supposed to get. And then drop those off. And it'll just give us some sort of air cover. I've got to get something in quickish, otherwise these will just get attacked.
Fixed wing. 9 o'clock. Searching.
And then I'll jump in the Apache for a bit, unless anyone's got a specific they want me to go in.
Fixed wing. 9 o'clock.
I need to pick up on some of the stuff that I used to fly because it's amazing what I've forgotten. I intend starting my videos in the next few weeks, so I'll do some training videos, but with as much in there as I can.
Searching.
And we'll see how they go. I think I'll pop it up on the hill a little bit more, just to give it a bit more range.
SA 8, 1 o'clock. Searching. SA 8, 1 o'clock. Searching. SA 8, 1 o'clock. Searching.
Don't tell him that, mate. He'll want to stop and go round shopping in there. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Bowls. Bowls, Josh, is that right?
Fixed wing. 9 o'clock.
Welcome to the channel, by the way. If you got any questions, just jump in and ask.
SA 8, 1 o'clock. Searching.
Just wait for that to unload. Head back and start drinking my cup of tea with a bit of luck. I may have to pause my head tracking. When I drink my cup of tea, the cup gets in the way. I'll try it and see what it does. Okay, so I've dropped all of those off now. So let's get off. We should be able to go a little bit quicker. Throw this thing around a little bit more, which you can do,
4 o'clock. Searching.
but you just have to be careful.
4 o'clock. Searching. Radar.
And I think this is the way back-ish.
Radar. 6 o'clock. Searching. Radar. 8 o'clock. Searching. SA 3.
Sounds like Stingy's going to get shot in a minute.
9 o'clock. Searching. Fixed wing. 4 o'clock. Searching. Fixed wing. 3 o'clock. Searching. Fixed wing. 4 o'clock. Searching. Radar. 7 o'clock. Searching. Fixed wing. 9 o'clock. Searching.
At the moment, I can't see the mast I want to follow. I hope I'm going the right direction.
Searching. SA 3. 8 o'clock. Searching.
Yeah, that'll do. Right, now I've let go. Let's have a look. I've let go of everything at the moment, so this should just more or less fly.
Searching.
As I said earlier, this, if we look here,
Searching.
I'm now on the cyclic. I'm pushing the cyclic over, as you can see on the artificial horizon, and you can see that's completely coordinated automatically. I'm not doing anything with the rudder, so I'm just turning that. It starts pushing and then stops. Oops, that's a little bit too much. I should be going a little bit quicker as well from what I can feel,
Fixed wing.
but that's all part of the trimming system that's on. Right, there's the mast I want, I think, on that hill, but I do need to drink my cup of tea.
Searching. SA 11. 9
Now
o'clock.
let's point this where I need it to go.
7 o'clock. Searching.
Just dropping the nose a little bit more. Don't know, I think I'm going too slow, that's the problem. Let's power it up a bit and then see if I can do it. There is another trimmer on it as well that I can actually trim the nose down a little bit, which I'll try that. Come on. No, I'm having to relax too much on the collective, or pull that back a little bit to stop it from rising, look. But then it slows it down too much, so then I think the trimmer switches out. Right, I think that should be okay. Let's get my tea. As I said, it might sort of play up with a head tracking. If it does, then I'll stop it.
Searching. SA 11. 8 o'clock. Searching. SA 3. 6
I'll stop it anyway. It switches too much.
12 o'clock. Searching.
And this is quite cool now.
Fixed wing. 8 o'clock. Searching. Fixed wing. 7 o'clock. Searching. Fixed wing.
I've got to do a hard left when I finish this, but it's amazing how cold it goes so quick.
SA 3. 6 o'clock. Searching. Fixed wing. 2 o'clock. Searching. Radar. 6 o'clock.
Right, okay.
Radar.
We need to be going
Radar.
over there.
Searching. Fixed wing. 7 o'clock. Searching. Fixed wing. 12 o'clock. Searching.
So this hopefully will be the last run in the Chinook,
7 o'clock.
and I'll get 3. Can't remember if it's Jeopards or Leopards, but we'll find out.
SA 3. 6 o'clock. Searching. Radar. 6 o'clock. Searching. Fixed wing. 1 o'clock. Searching.
Oh, Roland, sorry, I couldn't remember what it was.
7 o'clock.
Shall I put them in between the phalanxes?
6 o'clock. Searching.
Okay. Yeah, no worries, because I think I might have stretched the gaps between the phalanxes a little, but I thought if we put whatever it is in between, at least it'll give everybody cover, I think.
Radar. 8 o'clock. Searching. Radar.
Let's see if I can actually get this to stop and not drop to the floor, eh?
Rapier.
I have noticed that if you put this on a steep bank, it does tend to want to just start climbing, no matter what you do with
SA
the
8. 7 o'clock. Searching.
no matter what you do with the collective, but we'll see.
7 o'clock. Searching.
I haven't looked at the updates that come out this week.
SA 15. 12 o'clock. Searching.
See what I mean? It just wants to go up.
Radar. 1 o'clock. Searching. Radar. 12 o'clock.
It also makes my fans come on as well.
SA 15. 1 o'clock. Searching. Rapier. 1 o'clock. Searching. HQ 7. 1 o'clock. Searching. Fixed wing. 9 o'clock. Searching. SA 15. 4 o'clock. Searching.
This is the sort of thing you have to watch where it suddenly grabs you by the ghoulies and drags you to the floor. Okay, I think I'll take that. Right, so Roland's. It's going to be under here. It's Roland's, okay. See how heavy they are. Not quite so bad.
11 o'clock. Searching.
Oops, didn't want that. I should really put this button on a stick or something, but I run out of buttons a bit. Well, I can get away with using the keyboard and saving buttons. I do tend to do that. If I'm talking too quiet, I apologise. As you can tell, my voice is getting a bit hoarser as I go along. Also, I try and mute when I cough. If I don't and don't get to it, I apologise. But keep an ear out if I suddenly stop talking. It's because I've left it on mute. There's one more to put on. Still, every single time I'm looking, as if I don't know where to find it. There goes Stingy. Okay, we should have all of them on. And now what we're going to do, as you probably heard me say, is just fill in the gaps between here, here, possibly here.
Fixed wing, 11 o'clock, searching.
So it's a big old chunky helicopter. As I've said before on stream, I used to go to a company that repaired these. Used to be a military company and then it went civvy, but it still operates just the same.
Searching, radar, 9 o'clock, searching, SA3, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, that's fine, matey. By the way, you can use either version to fly with other people. It's just that you get more benefit yourself out of the standalone
10
version.
o'clock, searching.
But if you want to try modules, then that's the
10
way to go.
Searching.
And it saves spending money. But never buy anything unless there's a sale. Some things you'll find will be 50% off.
11 o'clock.
Some of the older stuff like the Huey and stuff like that. It's like $24.99, which is excellent. It's such a good helicopter.
Searching, SA3, 11 o'clock, searching, rapier, 11 o'clock, searching, rapier,
A little bit steep there. Let's go around.
rapier, 11 o'clock.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's free for a week. Give it a whirl. Try and start it all up manually, which I'm sure you'll do if coming from a flight sim background. It's incredibly easy to start up. And don't try and do everything all at once. Just get a startup going, get taking off, come round, learn, and learn to land with on speed. And as soon as you've done that, then you want to say load up some bog standard weapons, and then just focus on that. Don't try and do everything all at once because there's far too much to learn in the scheme of things. It'll be much better if you can just do a little bit at a time, and as I said, you've only got 2 weeks. It's not a lot.
11, 1 o'clock, searching,
Where am I over there?
fixed wing, 6 o'clock, searching, SA11.
That's where the phalanx are, I think, on this slope on my left. Yeah. It is nice and smooth to fly this now. It really is. It's quite good fun.
HQ7, 2 o'clock, searching,
I think this is okay. I think the hill is just down there. This little clearing looks quite
SA11,
good.
3 o'clock, searching,
Yeah. Yeah, no worries. There's no rush. Just bear in mind that you're only going to get 2 weeks on the module, right? So if you want to join in, make sure that trying to join in is within those 2 weeks.
searching,
I think there's a sale just finished,
fixed wing,
but DCS has a lot of sales, typically, you know, 1 a quarter, and then they have sales in between those quarters. So I think they may have done a Chinese New Year sale. They have a Christmas sale or a winter sale. I can't remember if they have a spring sale and a summer sale. Does anyone know what sort of sale it is that's just wound up on DCS? Was it a spring sale, a New Year sale, or what? Oh, was it the spring one? Okay. Is it the first drop of rain? Yeah. Do you see what I mean? So if it's an Easter sale, that's like just a few weeks away.
searching,
So just keep your eyes open.
4 o'clock, searching,
Yeah, there'll be another one soon. But just try, you want to try the F-18, try it. Also,
4 o'clock, searching.
it's yeah, I know what you mean, Sham. Hey, Pred. How's it going? I come back from work yesterday, downloaded 4.1, tested 3 missions for doing Hull C missions, and they seemed quite stable. Then went to bed for an hour. 1 hour I went to bed for. The other half was going to wake me up when food was ready. Instead, 2 hours later, she's just come to bed. That was it. And then I was in bed for 12 hours, would you believe? And never did anything else. Yeah, sure. I said...
SA-8, 4 o'clock, searching. Rapier, 4 o'clock.
Oh, right. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, what I was saying is just bear in mind, right, that you have...
Searching.
Yeah, it's always the way, though, isn't it, with some of the new stuff. Yeah, sorry, Flight Sim. So basically, if you're going to come in and it takes you a couple of weeks, you've only got the module for a couple of weeks before it stops. So if you're going to come in, wait until you want to come in before you download the module, okay? And then, right, you're about to fly with us next weekend or the weekend after. If I was you, don't buy the F-18 yet. There's a sale just finished, which was the spring sale. So I suspect they'll have another sale soon, which may be Easter. They'll definitely have a summer sale, but they'll find an excuse for a sale in between. So wait till there's a sale before you buy it. Also, what I said was that if you're coming from a flight sim background, try and learn manual startup. Think about starting it up, taking off, flying around and landing before you do any weapons, and get your head around what on speed is and how it works, and use that all the time, because then when you move on to landing on ships, you'll find it a lot easier, and it will catch you out at first. And then once you've done that, have a look at a basic weapon, whether that's harms or basic sort of Maverick style weapons, and just get a feel for it, and then you'll find your 2 weeks is gone. That's just the nature of the beast, isn't it?
SA-8, 12 o'clock, searching. HQ-7, 1 o'clock, searching.
Yeah, I've seen some of those. I didn't really play on PTU too much because I was just trying to up my cargo so I can move into experience mode. But last weekend, no worries. That's what the channel's all about, mateys. Just helping people and doing a bit of hand holding. You know, and if I can help somebody, then that's great, even if that's one person during the week. So yeah, that's fine, thank you for that. My experience dropped from where I was exactly to the same position on the rank before. So I went from member somewhere midway and dropped all the way back down to junior midway, and I was like, great. But so many missions were under delivering, and quite certain missions wouldn't let you deliver the kit. It was a pain in the ass. So I was testing on 4.1 yesterday, just to see how the delivery missions were, and it seemed to be delivering everything that you took. I've just got to build that rank up to get to experience to start earning some money that way. And then once I... well, nearly lost this then. Once I can get that sort of sorted, then I'll switch back to combat and get that rank up. I've lost a load of weapons Even though I took them off a ship, there's a load of my attritions disappeared. And they're so expensive, but that's because everything is so easy to make money, it's ridiculous.
Searching.
Let's have a look. Is this in the middle? Not really. I want to move down here just a little bit more on that road.
SA8. 7 o'clock.
Yeah, I've seen.
HQ7. 9
Yeah,
o'clock.
I've seen.
Searching. SA8. 9
I don't like the way there's still stuff stuck over in specific missions. I understand that they want people to do the missions because they try it.
7. 9 o'clock.
But I'm just not interested, you know. I want the basics to work before I start moving on anything esoteric sort of thing.
Radar.
You know, get the basics working and you're great.
9 o'clock.
But when you've got stuff that isn't working and they go racing on to the next thing and then they don't fix the thing before and then they race on to the next thing, now you've got 1.5 things that don't work. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. You can understand people who just start out, it's frustration, to be honest.
Rapier.
Look what I've done.
Searching.
Such an idiot sometimes. Somehow I'm suddenly going the wrong way. It's because I turned around when I landed.
7. 12 o'clock.
Keep going. And just feel everyone going, oh, for God's sake. Focus. Yeah. So it annoys me when they start, you know, doing too much and you have basics that just doesn't work. You know, I understand why they're doing it. And they've got to be really careful because if the money dries up, which, you know, the amount that gets burned out is a lot,
Radar. 4
to be honest. And if they haven't got any income. And I can't understand these idiots who go, yeah, let's all boycott everything. Let's not buy anything till this. You're bloody idiots. What's going to happen then is they've got no money to actually do anything. And, you know, admittedly, they're already pushing themselves into people can get stuff from the shops. And that this money thing with,
Searching.
this money thing where everything, you make so much money doing the slightest thing, it just makes everything so expensive. And why have I got to go to Pyro and take part in a mission I'm not interested in so I can get a particular weapon? You know what I mean? I wish I could just buy stuff from the shops. I've earned the money, so I don't know why I shouldn't be able to do it.
Radar. 12 o'clock. Searching. SA11. 11 o'clock.
You can always go backwards a little. Oh, it's too far. I was going to say there's plenty of cover at the back of you.
SA15. 12 o'clock. Searching. SA8. 12 o'clock. Searching. SA8. 11 o'clock.
These aren't quite brilliant, like position-wise. Has he just killed you? You get your bacon sandwich and your bib, and you'll have a different game when you come back. And don't eat it over the keyboard. Brown sauces sting normally. I am at the moment, and then I'll be joining you when you're back. They should do as well. Mate, I've put so much backup here that you can stand off to some of them. And at least you get a bit of cover and we can manoeuvre stuff around.
6 o'clock. Searching.
So I'm trying to help. I know it might not like see me.
5 o'clock. Searching.
Alright, matey. Yeah, they should do as well. Master mode to the stupidest thing. I would rather them say, look, we've got a problem with the tick rate that we get out the servers, even though obviously meshing has really improved it, like the theory, which is quite amazing.
2 o'clock. Searching. Radar.
What they should do is say to people, we're going to have to slow things down a little bit
SA11.
because the hit registration from ship to ship on ship fighting when everything goes so fast, it's impossible for the servers to keep up.
Searching.
That's obvious. So instead of putting master modes in, they just halve all the speeds.
Rolling.
They don't stop you from putting your shields out. They don't stop you from doing this, that and the other. they dump master modes, right, in terms of the way the implementation at the moment, and they just say we've got to slow everything down by about half to make sure that the hit registration works. And you go, okay, that's fine. But to limit your ship every time you put your shields on, to make you fly through asteroids without your shields if you want to move quick, although you're an idiot if you do that way. Yes, mate. I will do, yeah, as soon as I drop this one down. Can you put some markers down for me, please? Okay, okay. Do you know what I mean? And that's logical. That makes sense. I also don't like the fact they're making everyone try and fly like World War II planes instead of flying like helicopters, which is how they should be flying in space, which is why you get spinning turrets, which is why you get jousting. Trying to make them fly into something that they can't is ridiculous. All because somebody doesn't understand that Star Wars was a make-believe film and spaceships fly like helicopters more so than planes. Anyway, that'll ruin some of my videos. I've got some really good videos lined up for Star Citizen to cover some of these things off.
12 o'clock, searching. SA-15, 4 o'clock, searching. Roland, 6 o'clock.
Do you understand what I mean? It's just pointless. But they should remove it completely. Also, they should put the weapon system back. If you use fixed weapons, you can take off the doodad and put a higher level weapon on, and that'll get people to learn how to fly properly. Hey, Jeeve, you don't what? I can't remember what I said. It was that long ago. What don't you, Jeeve? You all right, matey? How are you? Right. Now, on this then, are we supposed to use the all cargoes to go and pick them up, or use the Caesar? You don't understand. All right. Understand what? Which bit? You can't come in and use one word bloody sentences about something I said that was like 30 seconds ago.
8 o'clock, searching.
Friendly pilot, 6 o'clock, very far. No, you're right. But the general, if you get a load of helicopters and you say, right, you've got 10 helicopters there, you have to be a bit more prescriptive. I can't remember what I said.
7 o'clock,
If you put 10 helicopters of mixed types and said, right, I want you 10 to fly against this other 10, they will fly like the spaceships and fight like the spaceships in Star Citizen. Okay? Oh, wrong button. That's what they'll do. Where am I going?
Rapier, 9 o'clock, searching.
Right? That's how they fly. So you could have an Apache spinning round with FCR, just dumping missiles out. You'll have people doing jousting to fight. You'll have only those ones who are going really slow who can do the manoeuvring. But if they're moving any speed, they can't turn fast. And the mechanics is very similar, without gravity. 12 o'clock, very far. Okay.
SA-11, 11 o'clock.
Saying there's a friendly pilot that I'm en route to. Oh, right, that's not good then. So where's this other one? Let me...
Fixed wing,
Oh, was it that close?
searching. Fixed wing, 8 o'clock, searching.
No, that's not... Oh, no, I want to pick him up and see if it works, but I'll use the Caesar thing.
SA-11, 4 o'clock, searching.
Oh, that's an opinion, Jeeve, but I would disagree with you. Sorry, what was that, Stu? Yeah, no worries. Just bear with it.
Radar, 5 o'clock, searching. Fixed wing, 12 o'clock,
Yeah, I can't read the numbers on this unless I zoom in, and then where I am, I'm going to crash. So just bear with me a minute, and I'll sort some out. The reason why it's still a thing is because, yeah, for $45 you won't have another game like it. And whilst I agree, one end of it, it's a complete shit show. When it works, it's brilliant. When it doesn't, it's a bit of a shit show. You will get your money's worth out of $45 if you get 4 weeks of play spread over an amount of time. Pardon? No, not at all. People are putting random things. It's me and Juve always have this, discussion and disagreement with Star Citizen. Oh, Pred.
Fixed wing. 11 o'clock. Searching.
I do always say you can talk about anything. I mean, Shambles talks about French poets. Don't worry, Pred. What, you mean Renaissance art in the 1400s? Rhubarb tart. Oh God, no. Let's have a look. So, available tasks, right. So we don't want friendlies. I've got one which is, there's an enemy one there. Now, if I select 2, should it select it? Oh, change seats now. It was quite funny, really. When I tried to select it with a key, it changed my seats. Sorry, I was just coughing there. As you can tell, every time I cough now, my voice drops a bit. I wish Cavonia would do the job, mate. People say to me, oh, you'll have to stop smoking. I said, if stopping smoking would get rid of the cough, then I'd start. Do you know what I mean? Right, 13 degrees. Really? Did it work? Oh man. Jesus, yeah. No, I've just coughed again, you can tell. No, it's because I get distracted. No, not at all. I know, exactly. Oh, well. Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Right, available tasks. 2. 33k, 13 degrees. I've tried all sorts, but nothing works. I'm very susceptible to temperature. Sure. Let's have a look where I'm going. The interesting thing is the other half used to be a smoker, and yeah, this enemy pilot it's showing me is some way away. Oh, is that the marker you've put there?
Fixed wing. 4 o'clock. Searching.
Yeah, it's not showing on the map at all. Yeah, just put a circle. There's a circle there. That's probably one of mine from earlier. I'll get rid of it. Yeah, it is. And there's an ISO container. And when you say my 10 o'clock, right? Do you mean the one that's half a mile away?
This is 1,000.
Right, no.
But
No.
618 of an.
Yeah, I've got 0.614. That's not my 10 o'clock. Oh, I see. Right, okay. I see where you're looking at now. It is that one. 151 degrees, yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm an asthmatic, Jeeves. I got post-nasal drip. I'm an asthmatic amongst other things. The other thing is some of the drugs that I take also cause problems with my throat as well. To the point that now the medical advice is, when you take this, make sure you have a drink after. Oh, maybe you should have told me that 20 years ago, you know. So it's a combination of things that cause problems, and now I'm like incredibly temperature sensitive. So when people go, if I go out of a cool place to a warm place, I cough. If I put my blowers on in the car, it gets warm, I cough. I go into, I prefer it cold. I can put something on and I don't cough so much. But that doesn't go down well in an office, as you can imagine. So I am all about having windows open. But I've got to get in close, you say, so he doesn't shoot me.
5 o'clock, searching.
Yeah, I can see that at the moment. I'm trying to go around, he's shooting my windows and everything. So when the hell's he going to stop? Oh, I was going to use the container to stop him from shooting me. He walks around the container. He's a little bugger, isn't he? I'm already shot to buggery at the moment, matey.
10 o'clock.
And he's shooting through the container. What a bitch.
10 o'clock, searching. Rapier. 10 o'clock, searching.
Jesus. I've got nothing to shoot with him, shoot him with, because I didn't bring anything to shoot. I should have done had I have known.
Rapier. 8 o'clock, searching.
That's a bugger.
HQ7, 8
I'll come and find him in an Apache. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. I can bring a Huey with gunners and shoot him. Oh right, okay. I'll tell you in a minute. Right, okay. The reason being is okay. Yeah.
SA8.
So I assume he can't hear you then if you're 300 metres away, which is a bit odd, but hey.
Rapier. 7 o'clock, searching. Rapier. 6 o'clock, searching. SA8. 7 o'clock, searching. SA8. 6 o'clock, searching. HQ7. 7 o'clock, searching. Fixed wing. 12 o'clock, launch.
Yeah.
SA8.
Yeah, now I understand what you're saying.
Rapier. 7 o'clock, searching.
Where am I?
SA8. 7 o'clock, searching. HQ7. 7 o'clock, searching. SA3. 7 o'clock, searching.
There I am. The reason why it sounds so far away is because you can only hear Stu through mic bleed. So he's coming through my speakers and bleeding through the mics. I can turn it down a little bit more and then that won't happen.
6 o'clock, searching. HQ 7, 5 o'clock, searching.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Armourish. What was I going to say? Yeah, so basically the feed from TeamSpeak doesn't come through the audio on the game
9 o'clock,
or through on YouTube. So it's a separate feed.
SA3,
It does come through my speakers to me, basically.
9 o'clock,
And as you can see, I don't have headphones. So sometimes I adjust the volumes where you won't hear it and it won't trigger. There's a filter on the input on the mics which will cut most things out when I stop talking. But them talking, it will pick up and open the mics. So that's why it sounds like it's some distance away. It's just coming through my speakers and you're picking up the ambient sound of the room. When I start talking, it should lower the game sound, and it should also filter out much of the noise that goes on, you know, at home basically. Which makes it sound like I'm talking to myself, which most of the time I guess I am. Right, okay, I'm going to jump into something else. Am I okay to fly something else for a bit? Okay. He's stingy back now from his bacon sandwich, looks like it.
Crossing the pond, as we're coming near the pond.
Okie dokie. So I'll go and jump into...
Pond near our camp. Near the camp.
and jump into an Apache.
Is it ours cap or bacon sandwich?
He's probably eating it while he's flying, so you can't talk to him. I suspect he also had F-14s and ate his bacon sandwich in there and Cornish pasties. That's one of the reasons why I didn't like flying in them. They were too messy. And yeah. I've done it myself when I used to be on the road all the time, you know, grab a pasty, try and eat it without dropping any crumbs. You can't do it. And I'm pretty anal about the state of my car.
What about if it's a short crust?
No, I ate nothing in the car. I had a girlfriend once and she bought some biscuits and she started to open them. So I pulled up, booted her out the car to eat her biscuits and she could get back in. As I said, you know, and I just didn't like my car dirty. If you're in a car a long time, right, and you spend a lot of time, you don't really want it like, do you know what I mean? This is the, why has this not come on? Oh, because something's going on. Oh, it is on. Okay, I'll let you off. This is the Apache. So, yeah, when my sister had little uns, right, it was just, I wouldn't let kids in the car unless they washed their hands first. That was another thing, because of the greasy finger marks all over the place you get. This is the Apache. So it's a pilot and a gunner. Gunner sits at the front. Now, when you're flying solo, like I am at the moment, you can control the gunner he's an AI gunner, okay? But he's not great. So some aspects of it you can do yourself from the pilot seat, but the AI gunner's pretty useless. Yeah, exactly. It's more like a mobile skip. So basically what I'm going to be doing is just flying it and only utilising stuff mostly that I'll use myself until I get into a situation. No, mine's not like that. I bought mine a couple of years back now. The intention was it's the first car, and it should have been the last car that I've ever bought with my own money. I've had 3 cars since I was 22, and I was only supposed to be doing about, I don't know, 6,000 to 8,000 miles a year. And now I'm working 80 mile away, and I have to go in 3 days a week at 640 miles a week. And they might want me to start going in 4, which I don't want to do. It costs me too much. So I don't know, but it's putting too many miles on the car, and it's costing me in fuel. I don't get a company car, which I've always had. I don't get any fuel, which I've always had. I've never had to pay for fuel, servicing or cars until a few years back, about 23 was it, something like that. Anyway, right, left engine, hold it forward, and then wait. In fact, something's not working, is it? What is it I haven't done? Oh, man. I'm sure this APU is not working. I think that might be better. Let's have a look. It seemed to say the APU was working, but I'm not sure why. Right, APU start. Let's wait and see. Right, the little man's woke up now. Yeah, I do far too many miles. I managed to get 58.1 miles to the gallon on my one trip the other day. And my average mileage is about 52 miles to the gallon over a couple of days. I can only do 2 trips to work and back on a tank of fuel. It leaves me another one to go one way, but that's when I refill it. But for an ST, a Fiesta ST, that's not bad. Making my tyres last a lot longer as well, so I'm just being careful. First set of tyres, I went through them in 10k. So this is not quite doing what it was supposed to do. It's taking a long time, isn't it? Look, I think this helicopter's, I'm going to change it. Let's go down here, go back into that one.
How much?
I don't know. I only know miles. There's 5 litres, I think, to a gallon. A gallon is 8 pints. So if I'm doing 52 miles to the gallon, that's 52 miles to 5 litres. So that's gone about 10 or 11 mile litre. Right, let's turn that on again. Make sure that comes on. Right, okay. And then I'm going to switch the APU on, see if it lights up this time. Does it say APU on? Yes, it does. I'm going to turn around and shut the canopy. And just wait a bit. So what should happen is that green light will come on. And everything will start warming up. Unless, again, something's changed, but I don't think it has. It's just me being impatient and pressing too many buttons. There we go. Right, okay. So, if we look down here, I'm going to switch this off for now, as always. This is the iHads. I'm going to press the left engine forward and then relax it. And then we'll watch these numbers. So when it's about 20 to 24, which it is now, I'm going to press the left button that I've got set, which will slide this throttle into idle, and you'll see the rotor start turning. Now I'm going to wait until this oil temperature, or oil pressure, sorry, is down below 70 before I do the second engine. paying about 140 a litre. I know that much, but I don't do litres. You'll have to work it out. Okay, so now I'll start the second engine. So you can just about see the starter button there, and we'll do exactly the same thing. Okay, so I'll show you this time. This just slides forward, and this is the second engine starting. Okay, there's a few things I want to set on that screen first. Let's go TSD. It's not aligned yet. You'll see a map appear there later. We're going to go show, and we want to show where the Copilot gunner cursor is. And when we're in threat mode, we want to see where the threats are and where the targets are. Okay. If we go down to, let me change my view a little bit, get a better one. When I look down there, I look over my glasses, which is a pain in the ass. Right, we're probably already heading to where we want to head initially. If we go TSD again, go util. I always forget what this is. Something I'm after, and I forgot completely what it is. Is it under flight? No, it's my height and I can't remember where to set it. Never mind. Don't worry too much about it. We'll go ASC. We'll go to util, and we're going to switch on the RLWR. We're also going to turn the volumes up for that on the right. Oops. Which is down here. It's this second one that I'm on now. I'll switch that on. Turn all the other ones up and then turn them down after if I need to. Squelch is forward. Now the squelch aspect of it worked really well with SRS, but I'm not sure of it in this. Let's have a look. Okay, when the engines are both down below 70, which they are, we're now going to push both throttles forward. And that will give us the power. Should hear the engines spooling up a bit more. Okay, I'm going to go down. What happened? I'm going to uncage standby attitude indicator. Going to switch the countermeasure system onto test. I'm going to turn this knob all the way. Now I'll show you why I do that. Let's put the iHads on. Okay, so what I need to do here is align so that where I look, the gunner with a gun. That's alright, I nearly clicked you in so that the gun underneath goes to where I shoot. Now, oh really? Yeah, well you don't get much time in it, do you though? That's the problem. So I want to align this. So if I go down to weapon, bore sight, you see there's an iHads, and I'll switch that on. Now this switch drops down to this button here, so I can press it. And what I'm supposed to do is align this center view there that moves with the concentric circles shown in this display. So as you can rightly see, there's no circles, and that's because this is turned down. So as soon as I turn it up, you'll see the circles. And when I look there they are. So I need to look down and then press my enter button for that switch there. Okay, that's good enough. Now when I fire the gun, if it's a fraction out, then I just adjust my view. Okay, but you'll find it won't fire some of the missiles if you haven't said that. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is take off, go and load some weapons, And then once I've loaded the weapons, there's a couple more things to set. I'll put the analog system on, and I'm going to take off, give it a little bit of left rudder, a little bit of left stick, and it should take off fairly okay. And I've done what I always do, which I've left the APU on, which is what that beep is, okay?
2 o'clock, searching.
So I'll wait till I'm over here, and then I'll switch that off. There's a few other little things I need to change as well in the hood. So I need to be close to this left side over there to get rearmed and that. Every time I jump in this, it's like a little bit wobbly. All the helicopters handle differently, and you spend more time in one than another one, and you'll be surprised that when you jump into another one, it's similar but different, which is a really, really good thing. The fact that, you know, they're all helicopters and yet you can feel the difference between them all. I suspect if you've got force feedback, it may be different again, and it'll add a little bit more dynamism in there, if that's such a word. Yeah, it is strange, isn't it? But it's a good thing, not a bad thing, because it's showing you that, you know, everything is different. I mean, if you're playing some of the old style games, it didn't matter what helicopter you were in, they all felt exactly the same. But the fact they feel different is really, really good. So let's switch this APU off, otherwise it's going to be beeping like buggery all of the time. And because I'm going by myself, what I'm going to load up is the stick with a hat on, the mass-mounted antenna, is it? So the fire control radar, and we'll see that in a minute. On the two outer stations there, I'm going to put the Hellfires. And then there is a limitation within this mission. So I can only put 4 Ks on here. No, 1 K on there, 4 on the other side. I'll put them on anyway. So the Ks, when you fire them, you have to have a laser pointing at the target, and it will fire at the laser. For the Ls, you can use your laser and then send that target information over to the Ls and just fire them. You don't have to be pointing at them or anything. Utilising the fire control radar, this will pick up a lot of stuff for you. You don't even have to point at the target, it will see the targets, and you can use it on automatic mode, or you can manually set which targets you want it to shoot, okay? If anyone's got any questions, please ask. As always, this is not something I know inside out, but I know my way round it enough.
Copy.
I could do very basic training on this, and that's about it. The trim system and the attitude system is something you need to get your head around as well. That is such a big thing in this helicopter. The other thing is, when you trim, you also trim the rudder, so it's not just about trimming the cyclic like in most things. There's your stick with a hat on, which is your FCR or fire control radar. The Mavericks there with the glassy looking fronts, those are the Ks. And on the outer stations you'll get the ones with the white caps, where you can actually pass the target information over to those, okay? It would be really easy if you could put 16 of those on. Is that right? Yeah, 16. So he stopped it. Oh, I bet they are, yeah. It's not great, is it? I wish, to be honest, that it would simulate it better. I mean, on the Shark, you've got the engine covers to stop it. But it would be good if there was something that would force you into doing it. Because if you sat here, these engines would just pack up because of the dust. I remember we used to hire out in the UK. We have somewhere called Middle Wallop, which is the Army helicopter training ground. So that's where these helicopters, where they do the training. And we used to hire it out to put events on. And it's a massive, massive airfield. and the grass was really short. So we used to hire it out for kite buggy events. And then we had to manually walk the whole field, picking up anything that people had dropped. And that is down to nub ends of cigarettes, you know, cigarette butts for other people. We had to pick every single one up all the way to make sure there was no FOD or foreign object debris that could get sucked into the helicopters in any way, shape or form. And it's the biggest grassy lawn in the UK. So you know exactly what I mean. You know, we'd have about 1,000 people at our events doing power kiting, power landboarding, kite buggying, and it's surprising how much crap was left behind. Even though they told not to, we still had to do that walk as one of the organisers of these events. So we'd have a team of about 50 people in a straight line having a slow walk, and then down the other way and down the other way, and it takes a long time. But then they'd inspect it after, and every time they inspected it, they were really pleased with the state we left it in, which is excellent. That's what you want. It used to cost us about $3,000 to rent it out for a weekend. Anyway, I digress. Right, there's a couple of other things I want to change. So when we look here, we've got a diamond, and that's pointing forward, which is basically telling us where forward is. And this cross at the moment, there is oh, forget. Do you know what? Today, and I have no idea other than my lack of sleep this week. And I said to the other half, because I had too much sleep last night, it's recovering from that grog. But there's acquisition, and it's currently on fixed. So I'm going to change it to the gunner's helmet sight. So the cross will tell me, right, oh, it's down here, isn't it, where the gunner is looking, okay? I can also have a video feed, so I can see where the TADS is looking, okay? And I need to switch the FCR on, which is going to clash a little bit with the TADS, but we'll come to that later. So if I go to util, we can see down here, let me zoom in a little bit more so we can read it. It says MMA pinned. So when you start off, the stick with the hat on, right, is locked in a position. So I'm going to unlock it. And then if you look here, it's doing a bit test. So to stop the bit test, you can override the bit test, and then it'll allow the FCR to power on without doing all the testing. We can choose FCR from here, okay? And then I need to make sure I select the FCR. Now, in a lot of cases, you look down here and there's a button on the collective, or a hat. And this hat, which you can't see very well, let's get a bit of view. You see my squinty face when I'm looking. It shows you here where FCR is. Now, when you're in the front on the co-pilot gunners, you literally can just select this with a mouse, and you just press the button and it'll select FCR. When you're in the back seat, you've got to actively select it. Now, if you watch, it actually moves, which means I've selected it, but I can't select it without assigning those controls. I don't know whether they're going to change that so that you don't have to do that, or whether it's on the logic that, you know, as a pilot, you shouldn't really be looking down there just to press a switch. I don't know. Something else I'm going to put on is link. And I'm also going to put on C-scope. So what that should do is any targets that we see are going to show up within my IHADS and down there on there. Okay. Right. So this has finished its test. I'll switch that onto ARM. Come on, up you go. And countermeasures, because I'll forget, and on bypass, so I can do it manually. When I'm up in the air, we need to change the oh, what's the word? It's saying it's on ground at the moment. Oops. As I said, this is all, yeah, there's the chaff and there's the, not the arm, isn't it? It's on ground safe at the moment, and it will stay there. Right, let's have a look. So this can go onto ARM. Come on. There you go, talking to it like it's one of the kids. If we go into TSD there, ASC, we can switch on the chaff. Okay, and go back to TSD. Right, okay. So as we can see, the axis controls over on the top left. There's also, as you can see, an asterisk. If I move my rudder over, you see the asterisk, and there's one in the top. That's telling me where my trimmer is set. Now I don't need that on there, but it's useful for you guys to see what's going on. So the trimmer on this, I'm going to hold the trimmer forward, which disengages. It's very similar how it works to the Shark, except, let's change my view slightly. There we go. Except that the amount of trimmer control over the controls on this is very much less than what you get on the Shark. So what I'm doing now is I'm trimming that little V, is it VVP in this? I think it is. Velocity vector is where I'm actually headed. Okay. So I'm holding my trimmer, I'll let go of my trimmer now. Then I have to zero or relax my grip on my cyclic and on my rudder pedals so that I've got input again. Okay, I'm going to do another quick trim there. And as we're going along, right, I can let go altogether, and what I can do is press the same hat I'm using for the trimmer to the left, which will box this, and that's switched on attitude hold. If you're going above 40 kilometers, it will basically hold the angle or attitude that I've got set there. So now if I've got a cup of tea, which I haven't because tea lady's at work, I'd have to make my own, I could sit there and enjoy a cup of tea while I'm flying along. Okay. What I'm going to do now is press my laser, or radar should I say, and look for targets. Now these are friendlies and they're in front. You can see where they are. Okay, we can see them on here. We're on there. There's no enemies there. This does not tell the difference between friendlies and enemies. So at some point you'll also see, I'll pick up Stingy. Right, where are you, Stingy? Let's have a look. Yeah, copy that. So what I'll do, right. So what I've just done there, the beeping. No, I don't switch back and forth. I hate the AI, to be honest. So for FCR missiles, I'll just do it myself. And then when I've only got a K's left, I'll use George, but I don't like it. Yeah, exactly. I'll use George for that. If I need to suddenly move, as I said, I just don't like using the AI at all, to be fair. I'd rather, I mean, I've flown mostly as the CPG, although I haven't done that for a while. When I learnt this, me and Stingy used to fly together when we first started learning. And with two people in it, it is so much better. Got a missile from the back firing, that's going to be friendlies. But I think that might mean something's coming up. Let's see where I am. I think this might be the... Yeah, I can imagine. You have to, is it Casmo? You have to send him a letter. Talk faster. Right, okay, let's swing round. I think Stingy's following these.
Radar, 5 o'clock.
So, when you turn, you can let go of the trim, right, and relax your feet. And you see now the helicopter. The helicopter stays where you've set it. But it'll only stay like that, providing the input on the control surfaces. Hey, Dampy. How are you, Dampy? Have I got anybody who can give Dampy a shout out, please? Morning, Dampy. How are you?
Fixed
I'm flying at the moment, and I don't think I've got anyone who can give you a shout out. Jeeve, are you still on? Oh no, you buggered off, haven't you?
Searching. SA 11.
You all good?
3 o'clock.
What you been playing? Let's have a look where I am. Oh, there's Charlie over the left. Ah, right, you've been playing War Thunder. How's that going now?
Missile. Missile.
Oh, Jeeve, could you give Dampy 050 a shout out, please? Exclamation mark SO space Dampy 050.
Fixed wing. 11 o'clock. Searching.
Ah, no, exclamation mark, matey, not and you just need SO. That's the one.
SA 3. 3 o'clock.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Dampy.
3 o'clock.
There's exclamation mark on this one. There you go.
SA 11. 4 o'clock. Searching. Radar. 3 o'clock. Searching. Radar. 3 o'clock. Searching.
Ray, thanks, Chief.
11. 3 o'clock.
So basically, then, as I said, it made a moany thing like it is now because
Missile. Missile. Right.
you firing missiles, Stingy. That's what was coming up on my countermeasures. So I'm still right of Stingy, which is
3
good.
o'clock. Searching.
Let's turn round and go this way. I know Stingy will show up on my radar, but obviously I've got to be careful.
3 o'clock.
So basically then, if you trim, right, then you've only got about 4% on rotation and 6 on the pitch. I still can't remember the figures, I must look them up, but it's not much. So if you put any input, you're going to override the trimmer, and the same with the attitude. It can only hold so much. The other thing with the attitude hold
1 o'clock.
is if you're going less than 40k, it makes the assumption that you want to hover.
2 o'clock.
Okay, so the easiest way to get into a hover, and the fastest way I find, is by holding the trimmer, slowing down as much as you can till you're only doing anything between about 2, 3, 4 kilometers, and then you employ the attitude hold.
Rolling.
And then when you've settled a bit, employ the altitude hold, and you'll get into a hover that is as good as nearly as the Sharp.
Searching.
If you sort of just do it when you're less than 40, it takes a long time to get into that
3
hover.
o'clock. Searching. Fixed wing. 8 o'clock. Searching.
So that there could be Stingy off to my right.
4 o'clock.
Okay, which he is, see?
3 o'clock. Searching.
So what I'm going to do possibly is come round and come up to his left.
SA 11. 2 o'clock. Searching. SA 15. 12 o'clock. Searching.
I'll wait till I'm a bit closer. So if you notice, the terrain here as well is undulated, so that I'm lower than the hills over there, which is good because it gives me a level of protection. So Stingy is probably 2, 4. He's a bit like about 5 kilometres away at the moment. You can see he's in front. He's just fired. My system doesn't know who's firing. Each bar on that radar there is 2k, and I'm going to start slowing down a little bit. So I've lifted my nose up. I'm holding my trimmer.
Searching. SA
Okay.
11. 1 o'clock.
And I'm holding. You see that dot there coming back?
Searching.
So I'm trying not to go up in the air. And as we go, we can see Stingy's
4 o'clock. Searching. Radar.
over there. There he is in the air.
Radar. 12
Can you see on the right hand side in my hood?
15. 12 o'clock.
Okay. Now as we slow down, I need to give it more left
SA 11.
like before.
12 o'clock. Searching. Rapier. 11 o'clock. Searching.
So I'm slowing myself down. And then when I go into a hover, eventually, which I won't do just yet,
Fixed wing.
I see something going on upstairs as well. Let's have a look. Stingy's where? There, okay. Oh dear. This is me stopped. I've got to be careful now. Otherwise I'm going to end up... I know what I've done. I forgot to... oh, bollocks. I know what I did there. I forgot... Right, I forgot to take my feet off my rudder then. So I'd got no input. And I think I might have trashed my gun. Let's get control of this back. Let's drop the collective down because it's over revving. And see if I can get this back unless I've wrecked it, which I think I might have done. What a twat. That's a technical term. So there we go. Right, okay. So I won't go through the startup this time because it'll take too long. And if you want to see the startup, then basically go. I know there'll be a few people watching shaking their heads now, but you know, it is what it is. Oh, I know it does. Yeah. The thing is, right, and this, to me, I don't see that as a negative thing, right, other than, you know, just crashed it. When people are watching this, very often you're going to see very heavily edited videos that look absolutely amazing with no mistakes. The problem is with that sometimes is it makes it feel a little bit elitist and out of reach for people. So the fact that you can come onto a channel like this and you get awards and all, because usually I do live, you can relate a little bit better because I crash. I've been flying for donkey's years. As Yankee says, you know, everybody crashes. But when you're watching these videos, yeah, this is the thing. And each helicopter handles that slightly differently. The Chinook, it just at the moment just swallows you up. This is nowhere near like it used to be. And I got used to that and could handle it a lot better. And to be fair, there's an aspect of this where it's still, I'm not 100% because it's a lot more forgiving. Normally that would have dropped out ages ago had I have done that. But at least people watching, especially if people are beginning and they're experiencing these things as well, you can understand, as Yankee said, it's everybody. Everybody makes a mistake at some point and drops out the sky in a helicopter. Everybody. And it depends where your head is. Yeah, you just have to be careful. Especially if you got a lot of weight on it. It's very powerful, the engines and the lift. But oh my God, it's like carrying sort of an 11 or 1,200 pound weight on a sling on the bottom of a Huey, and you're going down just that smidgen too fast. It just sucks you down into the floor. Oh, hello, Stinger. I didn't realise you were back as well. So if anyone wants to jump in, you can. Right, left engine. I just gobbed it myself. I was coming up to fly over to your left, and I just gobbed it myself. It'll be your gun normally. Yeah, that is. Yeah. It reminds me very much. All right, I'll go that way then. I got you on my radar and I was going to come up to the side of you on the left so that you knew it was me and where I was and that. So we wouldn't shoot each other. It reminds me the first time I ever played paintball back in the day where it was introduced to this country, when it was like a single shot rollover effect. And yeah, I think it makes a difference where you can get your head around some of the controls. And I think if you fly some of the helicopters in this, if you had a lesson and they let you sort of try and hover or something with something, once you've got the initial feel of it, then I think you would probably be a few weeks ahead of somebody who's coming in cold. In fact, there's a guy who put a video on YouTube doing exactly that. And I think the guy gave him about 12 weeks ahead. Yeah, apparently, obviously you're from the States. It's over here, it's really expensive, and it'll cost you. Last time when I was given, this is such the wrong terminology, I was given a go in a helicopter by one of my customers who's an instructor with a dual control. So he took me up, let me have a fly around. Yeah, exactly. And it's quite surprising how real life one handles compared to this. Had I have gone in it at this stage, I would have had my head round a lot more. Yeah. Yeah. Just do it with an instructor and dual control and you'll be fine. And if you've got a mate who flies a helicopter and says, do you want to go, just run a mile. Don't know whether Camel's on, he flies helicopters. One of the directors at a company I worked, he'd got licenses for the UK and the States. And he was a flight coordinator on lots of big movies, which was quite interesting. He used to often bring the camera in to do things to it. It's a massive camera that sat under the helicopters. And he did some big movies that you'd know. Aerial coordinator, that was the job. And I think he basically come off the director's board and focused on that. Are we down to the numbers yet? What you doing just sitting there listening, Sham? Are you playing something or are you ill again? I can't believe you got me on, to be honest. And Yam was on, but I've probably sent him to sleep again. That'll be 3 weeks on the trot. He'll suddenly pipe up later and say, I've just woke up, that's your fault. So what VRSing is, by the way, for those that don't know, is basically if you try and hover outside the range of hover and you start to drop, the air around the blades gets turbulent. Yeah. Empyrean, yeah, no worries, Sam. No, that's fine. I mean, if ever you pick anything up off me, that's great. You know, that's one of the reasons I do it. Yeah. Do you think you've got an addictive personality, Sham, especially as far as games go? But I can understand it because it's a nice wind down from the day job, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Right, let's carry on with this.
Fixed wing, 9 o'clock, searching.
Oh man, let's turn this off because it is a pain in the ass, especially when you're trying to show people stuff. Right, where am I? Pop these back on, CPG cursor, threat show. That's something, do you know the amount of times I forget to even switch it into threat mode? Ah, right, okay. Oh, that feels so sort of backhanded compliment, but yeah, no worries. I'll try and do what I can do. My knowledge is up to a point. It's not something I know inside out 100%, but if it gets it working for you, that's fine. I think that bit about the buttons is quite key, because the first time I was trying to press that button and I couldn't understand why it was working, and I don't understand why it's not enabled as a button, to be honest. So I'm not going to explain everything again at the moment until we get out there. What else do I want? Radio. Let's change the radio. Manual. We usually run on 124. That's what this little keypad is. Allows you to put in settings. Let's change the radio now, as you can see. We could, if we wanted to, assuming this is there, we can insert a point here, and I forgot the name of it, but if we go point, right, add, yeah. Oh no, don't worry. Usually, right, the people who subscribe to me come on and take the piss because they say the fact they subscribe to me entitles them. Oh yeah. It's got me interested to a point, but I'm not as nerdy on this as some things. My knowledge of vehicles, planes and things, I enjoy flying them, but it's not an area where what you've just described there, I don't have too much interest with things out, although I still will look out the window if I see something, like a Chinook flying by. I'm still fascinated by it, you know what I mean? But I don't know anything about them. Space stuff, I learnt a lot of stuff from something called Orbiter, which was a realistic, it was a mechanics system that this guy wrote, who was a university lecturer, to teach people, and that was phenomenal. And then you start learning about rocket fuel and thrust, and having a solid fuel booster. For instance, if you put a circle down the middle and then you put a cross down the middle of this solid rocket fuel, how the thrust changes and the envelope changes completely. And you're thinking, what? And it's all that stuff that they had to go and do back in the day. And you can fly all these space things, plus some obviously made up ones, but you can fly the space shuttles, you launch rockets, Apollo and everything, and it's all completely free. And that got me interested. And when you go into orbit, how orbit works, how you sort of adjust your orbit to your apogees and your perigees and all the rest of it. So when you see SpaceX launches and you hear what they're talking about, you get a good grasp, although technology's moved on since then. Right, so what I was going to do here then is I'm going to add a point, and it's waiting for me. And I'm going to change it. Oh, I should have done the add first, you idiot. Never mind, we'll go point. That's because I was talking. Add. That is a sort of more updated version. Payable. If I put waypoint in there, just one moment, or better still, not waypoint, I want to put home. So let's clear that and put HOM. Then what this will basically do, right? Oh God, no, sorry. Oh, man, I forget. It's LZ for landing zone, I think. And then I put yeah. Oh, it is. I did buy the first one, but the other one was not. It was basically a little bit different. So when you're in the ship, you got all these dials. If you took a picture of a space shuttle, right, cockpit, and the picture of the shuttle that you were presented with, you got everything the same, and it was fascinating. And you realise how much stuff was going on. Nowadays, it's a bit like some of the glass cockpits you get, and they just sit back and poke a few buttons. So that will put a landing zone marker on the map. Okay, that's what I was trying to get to. No, it flopped and the whole studio disappeared.
Fixed wing.
So I'll uncage this, turn my knobs up. I do hate, can you see what's happening? I put my head down, right, and my glasses slide down. Yeah, the thing is, it was possibly done, right, where you've got to be able to get people to relate to it. Yeah. Well, there was obviously more going on, wasn't there? So I don't know exactly what happened, but the studio went. Whether anyone's bought it up by themselves, I really don't know. I can't think of anything else I've forgotten at this moment, so let's... Oh, I have, yes, definitely. Let's switch that off this time. I haven't aligned my missiles, which is fine. Align my iHads, but I'll just fly over there, get loaded up and then do it. Okay, I need to put this on, because then that way you'll see what's going on and what I'm talking about. Oh, man, this is so... It just feels so different to the Chinook, the way that it flies, and it really does take me a little bit.
Fixed wing. 10 o'clock.
No doubt that will change when Star Citizen comes out. And yes, I am poking you with a stick. And when I say when, I mean if, ever. Apparently Assassin's Creed isn't quite as bad as everyone thought it was going to be from some reliable reviewers that I've seen.
Fixed wing.
So Lisa will get that tomorrow because she's played all of them. But she was, you know, after seeing all these reports from when they first put it out there and the complaints people got, she backed off a bit. Let's align my iHads. Yeah, there's quite a bit you can do with the
Searching.
there's quite a bit you can do with the FCR, and some of it I still need to get my head around, but the basics I know. Missed the switch. See what happened? What was that? I'll miss that. What happened then, which happens a lot when I'm using this analog hat, is I didn't press fully in the middle. So as a consequence, it slid. So when I went to press the button, it basically, instead of pressing the button, it moved the cursor. Come on. Also, I think I'm due a new mouse as well at some point. This one's starting to get just a little bit not as good as it was, not smooth. One we're looking for, my case. There you go. Right, let's see if I get a load.
Request refueling. Request rearming.
Yeah, I did. Make sure you get a copy. If you don't get a copy, you're not going to get anything, so you sit here all day. This can go on arm while I'm waiting. I'll switch that on, bypass it.
Fixed wing. 8 o'clock. Searching.
Refueling complete.
But yeah, Orbiter still exists, although it hasn't been updated for a while, but it still runs, but it runs ridiculously quick. It's a very clunky system, but it does work. And you can fly all the space shuttle missions up and build the space station. Or you can just go and add bits to the space station. You can follow the proper missions. They also have some futuristic aircraft that will do flight control systems in atmosphere and then change to is it vector control or thrust control when you get at the right height, and it works incredibly well. And I cannot for the life of me understand why Star Citizen are going to put FCS onto stuff in into Star Citizen. Oh, it has been, hasn't it? And that's what I said. I got sucked into it, and it just made me look at all things to do with space. Do you know what I mean? And because when I was younger, when the Russians had they had something called Mir, which was an orbiting space lab, and the Americans also had something called Space Lab, and yeah. Oh, it is. And, you know, in your head, you think, well, why can't people from Space Lab go and visit the people from Mir? And what you don't realise, where's he at, 277? What you don't realise is that it's just impossible, even though they're orbiting the Earth. And when you start to look, and using Orbiter, you start to understand how much fuel you need to change a vector. Say you want to change a vector and go 90 degrees. You obviously have to go round in a curve, but the fuel you need to actually do that and change your orbit, that's it, you're done. And it's just amazing. Right, let's go and do this FCR. So FCR goes on. Thank you for the follow there. Util. Pinned gets changed to norm. FCR bit override. Oh yeah, it will do. Right, we'll switch to FCR and then select the FCR. As I said, I've got a button and a hat, so you'll see that change over. Okay, and a button and a hat to put link on, and C scope. And I think I've done everything, he says. Right, let's try and move. Now I've already got my controls trimmed, as you can see. Should have reset those really, but never mind. Are you dead? I'm coming over to you now. You'll probably be there before me, you know the way I talk my way through these flights.
5 o'clock, searching, radar. 5 o'clock, searching, SA3.
Right, I think Stingy was over this way, but that means...
SA8, 4 o'clock, searching.
That's like having a car, seeing a red engine light and going, black tape will do it.
SA15, 4 o'clock, searching. SA8, 4 o'clock, searching.
Oh, hello Nicholas.
Rapier,
Welcome to the chat.
searching. Rapier,
Favourite.
searching. Radar.
Favourite's probably the wrong word, and as far as realism goes, the only thing I know is that all the helicopters, as far as I'm aware, fly as realistic as possible. Being a non-helicopter pilot, I have no idea how they're supposed to fly, but they feel responsive and complex as I would imagine they should fly, if that makes sense. And usually in each case, all of the helicopters have been flown by people who fly them in real life. So there will be aspects that aren't 100% accurate, but then again, that's not such a problem, I guess, really. I am going a little bit too quick here. I'm slowing down, dropping my RPM. As far as helicopters go,
SA3, 5 o'clock, searching. Rapier, 5 o'clock, searching. SA3, 6 o'clock.
yeah, I was going to say, excuse me, let me mute. Sorry about that, I'll probably cough again in a minute. As far as favourite, I enjoy all of the helicopters that I fly. The most fun that... oh, shit, mate, excuse me. Sorry about that. That's a good way of looking at
6
it.
o'clock, searching.
As far as flying helicopters go, I think the most fun for a pick up and fly and do shit and put it down again is the Huey. It's very easy to take off in terms of the time, and it's very easy excuse me,
Rapier, 6 o'clock, searching. Rapier, 6 o'clock, searching.
right, I'm getting too hot, which is what's making me cough. I think I might have to open the window. The Huey, you can have great fun in it. So despite the fact that it's quite difficult to fly, it gives you so much fun out of it. Where the hell am I? Let's have a look. Oh, I'm heading the wrong way.
6 o'clock, searching.
Is the range of the FDR, or is it only like 5 to 6 meters at maximum?
It's about 8,000. It should work up to.
SA8, 5 o'clock, searching.
Uh,
SA8, 4 o'clock.
sorry about this. Right, okay.
SA8, 4 o'clock, searching.
Oh right, yeah. No, the Huey. I've lost all track of where I'm heading now. Right, okay. That's through coughing.
Radar, 4 o'clock.
Yeah, no worries.
Radar, 4 o'clock.
Yeah, cheers, TNX. Sorry you weren't able to see me actually use the FCR. I do apologise. Thanks for popping in.
Searching.
So basically, yeah, the Huey's excellent. But if you fly the Huey, it gives you a really good understanding of how helicopters work.
4 o'clock, searching. Fixed wing, 10 o'clock, searching. SA3, 3 o'clock, searching.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. What you've got to remember with the Chinook, to be honest,
Rapier,
the Chinook is what I would say
searching. Radar,
incredibly new.
searching.
Now, the trouble is with DCS modules sometimes, depending who's creating them,
Fixed wing, 4 o'clock.
they take 2-3 years before they've put all the systems in. And the Chinook, on the scale of things, is incredibly new. So you'll find that the handling will go through multiple iterations before you can actually start to think that it might be realistic.
Radar, 2 o'clock, searching.
The first iteration just felt too wallowy and too unresponsive, too slow to react. Yes, I appreciate it's heavy, etc. When they introduced the trimmer system, the cyclic trimmer system, it made it so it was a completely different beast to fly, and I mean completely different.
Searching. SA15.
You know, it made it much more easier to fly. Is it realistic? I have no idea. However, there are people who fly Chinooks, as I said, who have a reference point, and therefore they're the best ones to comment. But the Huey, the fact that it's now properly multiplayer, the multiplayer sync is absolutely spot on. You can have 3 of your mates flying in it as well, and for cleaning up ground stuff, taking out SA2 SAM sites, going through towns, taking little rocketeers off the rooftops, or even with the AI on the guns, flying it in a way that you are always giving the AI gunners the opportunity of taking out targets. It's an amazing helicopter. And if you can fly that and fly it well, and then you'll sort of start to throw it around a lot more and do amazing things with it, it gives you such a good grasp of how helicopters should work, because it's you flying. It's a bit like doing World War II flight compared to some of the more modern planes that we've got in DCS, to be honest.
Jeeves79 said, how can it ever be realistic?
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Needs to work around these and still make it.
The thing is, it's not that the helicopter's not realistic. It's the sticks that we use. So now the patent is off, although force feedback sticks are really incredibly expensive. It's up to people to get sticks that actually make the helicopter more realistic. I mean, they have to have a compromise, and the compromise is not great. It works, you can get your head round it, but it gives you a completely different feel to what it really would be like. But that's down to us with centre spring sticks. Don't buy a centre spring stick and then find out what happens. You want a stick that you can switch into centre spring and also force feedback, because in some cases, you know, you don't want force feedback, especially if you're playing games that it's only there for effect. And in other cases, you definitely do want that force feedback / ability to trim and make it more realistic. But the game itself does the job, and the 2 modes they offer, well, 3 modes I think, they work quite well. But you've got to get your head round it, and once you get your head round it, it's not so bad.
2 o'clock, searching.
It's like the trimming system, well, the whole trimming system, isn't it? It just doesn't convey it as well, but if you can, it's getting your head there.
8 o'clock, searching.
Right, how far am I at? Let's have a look. Stingy's over there. I'm going the real sort of wide way round. Yeah, exactly, but look at the price of them.
2 o'clock, searching.
I know, is it Wimwing have just bought out a system that is significantly cheaper than everyone else.
2 o'clock, searching. SA-15, 2 o'clock, searching. Rapier, 2 o'clock.
I'm just amazed at some of the really expensive ones. However, you know, if you look at the stuff in there, it's not like they're just covering it up with something and just, you know, ripping the price. I think there's a bit of work in there. But it would be better with, you know, a much better systems or much cheaper systems.
Searching. Rapier.
I think there's an element of, alright matey, there's an element of where us as joystick purchasers have pushed the price of joysticks up, because there's always someone willing to pay the price for whatever they deem is a reasonable price. And that reasonable price doesn't necessarily mean it's reasonable,
2 o'clock, searching.
but we buy it.
SA-3.
It's not like we turn around and say, no, we're not paying that, bugger off, come back, make it cheaper. You know what I mean? If they can sell a stick or sell a system for 500 quid, the people will buy it. And therefore, why should they make it cheaper? It is. But then if you go back, I mean, I had the Microsoft one. Had it have not been for patent trolls, we would have all been using force feedback sticks many, many years ago, because it was amazing.
Fixed wing, 8 o'clock, searching.
It is really weird. I think you can hear this helicopter sound. I can't.
Rapier, 2 o'clock, searching. Rapier, 2 o'clock, searching.
So that's about 8,000. The FCR will work. Who was it who asked? I think it was it you, Jeeve? Let's see where Sting is. Yeah, it is, isn't it? For such an old simple stick. And if someone was to make something like that, there's no way they'd be trying to charge you like 500 quid for it. Is it as robust? No, it isn't. But if you could give somebody a stick for 100 quid, right, with force feedback at that level, you would sell so many, and then you'd start encouraging people into that. And then, like everything else, over time, people would want something that offered a little bit more on the system and would be happy to pay it. But if you introduce sticks that are going to cost 500 quid from the off, then you know, I think people are shooting themselves in the foot. I mean, look at the stick. Look at the size of the stick. What's in there? You know, have you stripped it down and had a look? It can't be over complex, not like some of the other stuff. And you just get people interested in force feedback again. I know it's basic, but you get the gist. Was that when they were new? And was that 200 watt? But do you know what I mean? It's not big enough to have something that's mega complex in there. And if somebody could just build something at that level and keep the price down to 100 quid or $100 or 100 euros, then people would buy it. And then you'd sort of get them used to force feedback. 8,000 Belgian francs. And what's that in normal?
SA15, 1 o'clock, searching. SA3, 1 o'clock, searching.
What's shooting you, Stingy? Is it helicopters or tanks?
£180 or so back. Would be double now, right?
It would be double, but it would only be double, yeah, because I suppose all the inflation and that. But that's pointless, isn't it?
Rapier.
You know, you're not going to shift something like that for 360 quid, for instance. It's like my joystick and throttle I bought for £273, and it's a Warthog, right? It's a Warthog stick and throttle. And now what is it, 500 and something? And it's the same old shizzle, is it not? Right. Start turning right towards that smoke. What, the AA? Are you rushing in too quick? Well, you've got to be near enough for them to shoot you. So, do you know where they shot you from? Right, okay. Could have been the... it usually... Does it shout missile? I can't remember. It could have been them sort of scanning you.
Searching. SA15, 12 o'clock, searching. SA15, 12 o'clock, searching. Rapier, 12 o'clock, searching.
Right, let's see if I can actually get this thing into a nice solid. Ah, right, okay. From the base.
Huge company, money
No, it's one up in the woods
contact
somewhere.
markets, and produce stuff cheap and fast. Small companies that want to develop the FF of today's prices and labour market, just different.
Yeah, I was getting caught out by some before. So as I was saying previously, if you slow this down a lot before you try and get into oh man. No, I know, I'm just going through something at the moment, hang on.
SA15, 11 o'clock.
And then put it into attitude hold, right? And then just drop the collective down on the right slightly. As you can see, it's just wobbling around a little bit. It should stop. You should find it'll settle.
Although MS showed them how to do it.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. But it's not the small companies that need to do it, is it? It's the bigger companies to get stuff out there just like that. Again, like your Microsofts, etc. Right, so there's a bit of drift there, which I can just ease back and do a quick trim. Just to try and help. And when I'm trimmed and we got attitude hold, we can see how the axis indicator changes. I think this is showing wind now. I know there is an element of wind. But the slower you can get this down before you start to try and get it to trim, the better it is, to be honest. You can see already that the altitude one is still within that tolerance. This is still probably trying to get into a hover as much as it can. Alright, I'm going to have to respond to that. It's tea lady. Oh yeah, I don't look at it. What it's there for, Jeeve. Oh, sorry, Yoba. Just 1 minute. No, I understand. Just 1 minute, Yoba, and I'll explain why it's there, right? I'm just telling her, basically, I'm busy. She's on her lunch break. The reason why I put that on is not for me. The reason I put that on is so when I'm trying to explain something, then I've got that by way of illustration. So that's what it's there for. It's not that I'm looking at it to do anything. I'm looking down here, and that there is just so people can see and understand what I'm on about, basically, when I'm trying to explain things and what sort of input I'm putting in. So when the revs up, where things are and how these are trimmed over, etc, etc. So that's why I put it on. I don't need it. It is feel. And the more hours you get in, the more you can tell. But when you're trying to explain things to people or teach people, it's always good to give as much feedback as you can, really. Excuse me. I'm going to take this opportunity to open my window because it is causing me to cough. So just bear with me 1 minute. It's got that warm now that my room... I've caught my stick. I've caught my stick as I've moved. I do apologise, but I've got to open the window because I am coughing more than I should, which in turn then wrecks my voice. Every time I get up, and I'll explain why. There we go, I should be back. Right. Yeah, the issue is my stick is centre mounted. I've got a chair, but I forgot what the make is already. Somebody shouted out, you'll know what I mean. Where's you got your tank column? We're going to have to go through sending targets at some point with your sting and also stating where your position is. Me and Sham sussed it all out some time ago, but there's quite a few bits and bobs. We're not crashing. Turn right round for him. It's over here somewhere. It's not 100%. It's a little bit clunky as well. But last time we tried it, it seemed to be working. It just seemed to be, we had to work out exactly how, because the way we thought it was going to work, how it worked was a little bit different. But it is a little bit clunky, to be honest. Let's have a look where I am. What GPU? 3090 Ti. The other interesting thing is I am also streaming to YouTube as well in 4K. And it's running at 60 FPS. If you want to go and have a look at MELL DCS. Shouldn't, well, your 1080. Before this one, I had a 1080 Ti, and you have people saying, "Oh, you can't do this with that, and you can't do this with that," and it did. So whenever I've streamed, sorry, what was that? Yeah, copy that. No, it does work. It definitely does work past that point now, Yabba. Have a look at it again. And also understand quite in depth. There's about 3 videos, 4, maybe 3, 4 videos that he did. And the information's there, but understanding some of the process, there's a little bit more to it than it seems. Got nothing yet. I've got to be careful.
Radar. 12 o'clock. Searching.
Don't want to be this high actually, especially where I'm going to start coming down a bit. So yeah, that does work where you can transmit your position and send stuff. Yeah, the 1080 Ti I used to use, and I used it in 4K at 60 FPS and streamed to Twitch, and it worked absolutely fine. However, I started getting issues memory-wise because of Syria. So when you try and stream with Syria, you know, I was running out of memory all the time. And I thought I was due an upgrade, so I upgraded, and this is possibly 3 years old this year. And I get very little in the way of micro stutters or anything. Yeah, so I'm on, I think I've got my kit listed on the Twitch stream, if you look at the info. But I've recently gone up to about 128 gig of RAM, not for DCS, because there's video editing and all sorts. The RAM runs a little bit slower now because it's 128 gig, but it works.
Searching. Fixed wing. 4 o'clock. Searching.
That's stingy. Oh, right. You know, I was following you back, Sting, trying to point towards you, and I've just realised that you've gone back. What an idiot. Let's have a look when I'm supposed to be headed. Why haven't I got that on?
SA3. 12 o'clock. Searching.
What the hell's going on here? I'm just flying all over the place, aren't I? Can you see? I've been talking that much, coughing that much, moving around. My helicopter's turned round and gone a slightly different way. So I haven't even got anywhere near the target
2
yet.
o'clock. Searching.
I think it's one of those days. Hey, Clutty. Oh, that's loud, isn't it? That blew my ears out. About, I don't know about you lot. Same as usual. You're right. How's your working away going? Are you getting fed up of it yet?
Searching. Fixed wing. 7 o'clock. Searching. Radar. 1 o'clock. Searching. Fixed wing. 2 o'clock. Searching.
You tried Star Citizen yet, matey?
Searching. SA11. 2 o'clock. Searching.
With your 4.1? Yeah, some of it's me talking, and that's because I'm here. Just one moment. Did you lose your rag with it?
Radar. 12 o'clock. Searching.
Come on, don't go down again. Let's retrim this a little bit.
11, 12 o'clock, searching. Roland, 1 o'clock, searching.
When did you uninstall it from 4.02?
15, 12 o'clock, searching. SA 15, 11 o'clock, searching.
Helmet.
1 o'clock, searching.
It's quite loud from outside, look. And you're also getting bleed from the mic.
1 o'clock, searching.
But inside the cockpit.
Yes.
Ah, right, okay. Is that anything? Can you hear anything now? Or maybe I can turn it up a bit somewhere else. The reason, I mean my side, the reason why I have it turned down a little bit is so that it doesn't come out of my speakers and loop. Oh, just the radio aspect of it you want. Everything over here is turned up. Are we, oh, hang on. Are you talking about when people are talking to me? Hey, thanks, Twatty. So I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Thanks, Platty. Why did I say that? I was thinking about one thing and I said that. I do apologise, matey. Thank you very much. Right. So you mean when I'm talking to people? Is that what you're on about?
A customer said yes.
That's because they not pushed through the channel. Wait 1 minute. So, two aspects of it. Let's switch this. Let's move this out of there now. I'll end up crashing if I'm not careful. Right, now, type something. Somebody. So you've got two aspects of it. Now, I've had people...
Set 123.
Okay. And then can somebody say something in TeamSpeak, please?
Hello.
So, previously, they're not coming through the audio system. So, if that's what you meant, it's not the radio. We're on TeamSpeak. So, TeamSpeak doesn't normally come through because we use it to chat with and all sorts. And you can usually hear me just talking to myself. But I'll leave it on. But if anyone wants it off or finds it gets in the way of me talking or anything, let's move that mic over a bit as well. Then just say. Do you know what I mean? Because it was off because somebody was saying they didn't like all the chat over some of the things I was trying to say, if that made sense. I can adjust the volumes as well. So you just have to give me a balance on it, that's all.
Radar, 12 o'clock, searching. Fixed wing, 2 o'clock.
Right, I better slow down a bit actually, because where I'm...
Is 353 from you.
Yeah, copy. Any idea and range?
From you, I would say 4.86 nautical miles.
Yeah, copy that. Let me turn a bit.
Fixed wing, 6 o'clock, searching. Fixed wing, 2 o'clock,
Start to
searching.
slow down a bit in a minute.
SA 3, 12 o'clock, searching. SA 11, 12 o'clock, searching.
That's over this way. I'm going to slow down and then see if I can find them. So I'm pulling my stick back. I'm also reducing my collective. I'm putting more red on. I didn't intend to press that.
I don't like listening to that obnoxious cockney.
Which one? Oh, she's not in. I'll tell her that, shall I?
Missile, forward left. Radar,
You firing anything?
searching.
Missile fired.
Fixed wing,
Anybody?
No.
searching.
Yes, mate, don't worry.
SA 11,
man.
12 o'clock. Searching.
Just bear with me a minute. I'll sort myself out. Is that alright now, by the way, audio-wise?
Said, that's interesting how different setups
10
could
o'clock.
affect the sound.
Searching.
When I stream, there is a lot of engine noise to the PPL, so it's kind of immersive.
It depends. I don't know what sort of word that is. It just depends on what it is that you're trying to do. I mean, I talk all the time through my stream, trying to explain what I'm doing and why I'm doing it, and the idea is that you get so many new people on that they might pick something up or learn something that they didn't know before.
Searching.
But for that reason, right, I have filters, so when I talk, if I stop talking, you'll hear a lot more engine noise, I think. Now, I don't know whether that was any louder when I stopped talking, but it's because I got audio ducking on, and it is quite harsh. It does cut out quite a lot of the in-game noise.
Radar.
79
10
said,
o'clock.
I'm
Searching.
hoping my
Rolling.
Belgian
1
stream
o'clock.
times
Searching.
will be in the last phase of the Cold War Germany match. Looking at phase 3 line, it
Repair.
should be.
11 o'clock.
Oh, that'll be good, mate.
Fraserson said, good looking helo you got there, sir.
Hey, crazy.
Radar. 11
Yeah, it's a nice helicopter. Hopefully all the stream's good as well, like in terms of colouring. There's no micro stutters or anything. If anyone wants to watch it in 4K, go to MELL DCS on YouTube. I am streaming there as well, and it should look, checking on that monitor, it should look a lot nicer. Right, let's see where these things are. So I'm not too far. I think they're going to be further up here. Who put this mark there? Let's have a look.
Yoda_tactical said, I hope someday they'll release Me 28 or Ka-52.
Oh, right, yeah. They won't do a KA-52 or an MI-28 for a long time, especially with what's going on.
Getting mine to look anywhere close to the text D.
SA-11. 1 o'clock. Searching.
Yeah, I always try and go for quality, is the main thing. Right, so we got a little bit of smoke over there, but I suspect that might be stingy. So let's take this off at the moment. It's fairly stable.
Stingy 13 said, https://www.
Oh, thanks, Stingy. Let's go there. This is, by the way, there's no reshade or anything like that. This is just the game colours.
It's probably a bit easier to get the quality in a hero versus a fast mover though because of less motion.
Potentially. I have tried
2 o'clock. Searching.
having a look in low level and see if there's any micro stutters. And the only time I'll get them is if I use OBS to do a projector over this screen, which is how I do the text over the screen.
355.
Yeah, copy that. They're probably in a little dip. As I said before, this is undulating quite a lot. Slow it down again.
Only 3.3 miles. Should be picking them up now, Mel.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm not sure why I'm not. Slow it down. Oops, that's just a little bit too far.
See if they've moved.
Radar. 10 o'clock.
Yeah, there's a good chance they have, to be
Fixed
honest.
wing. 6 o'clock. Searching.
The time it took me to get over here anyway.
Fixed wing. 1 o'clock. Searching. Fixed wing.
Right, so on the
Said would be cool if you could fly from Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran
Rapier.
up to
11
Corpus,
o'clock.
Tacoma,
Searching.
Germany, Belgium, then to Normandy, time.
oh man, Jesus wept. Not asking for much.
7 o'clock. Searching. SA-15. 11 o'clock. Searching. Radar. 11 o'clock.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it?
SA-15. 11 o'clock. Searching.
Yeah, there's a lot of action on this map,
Rapier. 11 o'clock. Searching.
to be honest.
How do I put smoke down?
7 o'clock. Searching. SA-15. 11 o'clock. Searching.
I've got something over to my right, Stingy, close,
SA-15. 11 o'clock. Searching. Fixed
which
wing.
is ours.
1 o'clock. Searching.
Good job I checked.
Platty trying fly.
How do you put smoke down?
Place your tank in.
Yeah.
Tactical said at G79, and as we know Eagle Dynamics, we would need 256 gigabits of RAM for that for sure.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? If you think about the way, and I'm going to say Star Citizen again works, the way that it's streaming in all of the time. Hey, Sglin,
My lunchtime baby food.
how was it, mate? Excuse me.
Or Ethel.
It's anything exciting? So, the fact that it's constantly streaming in and coming off a fast disk, and you can go from
Star Citizen works.
in terms of going through scenery,
Searching.
you know, the fact that you can go from A to B and it's coming in all the time, there's no reason why you couldn't do something like that and start predicting, you know, following someone's flight and bringing stuff in before you get there, so to speak. Whether you could do the distance and make it look realistic, I don't know.
SA-15. 11 o'clock. Searching.
But if games can sort of do live stream in terms of those systems that people try to make work but nobody ever wanted to buy them, then it's got to be viable. Imagine if you were playing DCS online only, so you had like a little client. You would think they would be able to do that by now.
Cup of soup with bread flakes.
That's not so bad.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not picking anything at the moment.
337 mil, 3.3.
Yeah, I'm looking. I know what it is because there's undulations in the map and they're down a dip probably. Or I'm behind a hill. I'll just increase my height. See if I pick them up.
Only
This is when
337.
it stays 6 of it low.
Yeah, it's not that bad, matey.
Tactical said, Admiral 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, my dream is that they will include armor in DCS so we could have a real CAS with real troops on the ground.
It would be good. You know, the thing is just they struggle with doing what they're doing. And it's the same as, you know, Star Citizen doing bloody FCS. You know, it's a whole bloody new thing in and of itself. Do you know what I mean? If you want something that good, can you imagine? What's your tick rate going to be on your processor?
Just Glenn said, now I have a
Or on the server, should I say? What sort of... Can't you eat ready break or something, or is that too thick? Would that cause you a problem? Or porridge?
Yeah, but I'm sick of that as well.
Yeah, that's fine, but the thing is, you have to do it, mate.
Tactic, that is everybody's dream.
Yeah. I,
Utopia.
yeah, it is a bit...
Just Glenn said, that's my breakfast and porridge for super.
That's fine, matey. When I worked away, right, all the time for the from June to December, end of, all I ate during the day was 2 yogurts and 2 bananas. That's it. And that includes my evening. That's it. 2 yogurts, 2 bananas. And my concern was, I wonder what the doctors will make of it, because my weight was dropping off. And those yogurts were those with 3 grams of fat in. Do you know what I mean? And really low calorie, where they don't know how to pronounce the name. And I ate that for, what, 6-7 months? And then, yeah, exactly. And when I come home, I would eat absolutely anything I wanted to the weekend. And I mean anything. And I usually weigh myself every day. And I can see 2, 3, 4 pound going on the weekend. It'll soon disappear off again, because of what I ate during the week. But my weight has gone down, and it's pushed my class 2 diabetes down into pre-diabetic stage. It pushed all the stats down on all the blood into the right ranges and everything else. And it never caused me a problem at all with anything. And that's the main thing. And blood tests were all really positive compared to what they were previously. So the doctor was really pleased and says, just hold it there. I said, well, I want to go a bit less now. I've got clothes that I bought years ago that I still own. I want to fit them. Still got about maybe a stone to go. It's nothing major.
Fixed wing. 3 o'clock.
I'm trying.
Let's blow up some shit on the ground.
Yeah, go forward a bit, Mel.
Yeah.
You're alright from the others.
Yeah, the trouble is, you go looking for one thing and there's something else, because there's so much moving around that you end up getting shot by something that's just moved into the area that you don't see.
1 o'clock. Searching.
Went to dry.
2332.
Fixed wing. 3 o'clock.
Yeah, copy. I'm over a little
2
bit.
o'clock. Searching. SA3. 1 o'clock. Searching. Radar. 2 o'clock. Searching.
I'm going to have to finish at 2 o'clock as well today. Ah, there we go. There we go.
Searching.
Rifle.
1 o'clock.
No.
Searching.
Oh, come on, don't give me this shit again. Oh, idiot. Come on. That's better. Rifle. No. Why is this not firing? I've had this before. You found any issues, Stinger?
Just go to your weapons.
Rifle. It's done. Rifle. Let's see what happens. They're a lot closer than I thought, but they're down in a dip. Just got to be careful.
Yeah, that's 1 hit. 2 hit.
Pens. Rifle. Gonna get too close in a minute. Oh shit.
You want a gun in?
It says there's a bit more than that left.
Radar. 1
Oh,
o'clock.
there is
Searching.
further on.
They were really close.
Radar.
It-
Well, I'm surprised you couldn't pick them up.
yeah, I couldn't see him from the height. It must be where I was. Or there's a ridge there.
Fixed wing. 4 o'clock. Searching. Forward right. SA3. 1 o'clock. Searching.
Missile coming in.
Yeah, flaring.
Yeah, flare.
Radar. 1 o'clock. Searching. Rapier. 1 o'clock. Tracking. Missile. Missile. Forward.
That missile you fired. Don't know where.
Fixed
Another
wing.
one's out.
3 o'clock. Searching.
Yeah. Where from?
From the base.
Ah, right, okay.
4. Engine 2 out. Radar.
Oh, yeah.
Engine 2 out.
Found it.
Searching. Radar.
Found it.
Missile. Searching. Engine 2 out.
No, I was. But if you noticed, I couldn't pick those up. I couldn't pick those up at all.
Rapier out. 7 o'clock.
I wasn't that far from them. But it don't matter.
2 out.
I've got, what, 20 minutes if that. I haven't got, well, yeah. And I've definitely got to finish a little bit on time today.
Rotor RPM high. Engine 2 out.
Who? Yeah, that's down definitely. I was going to say, was that my helicopter then?
Rotor RPM high. Engine 2 out.
Where are you, Stingy?
Rotor RPM high.
Just browsing
Engine 2 out.
the map.
Rotor RPM high.
Ah, right,
Engine
okay.
2 out. Rotor RPM high.
So I don't think we got anyone fighting, have we, at the moment?
No,
Rotor
you're on your
RPM
tub.
high. Engine 2 out.
Yeah, I've only got 20 minutes anyway, so it's not worth me jumping in anything else at the moment unless we've got some pilots close by to pick up,
Rotor RPM high.
which I don't think we have necessarily.
Rotor RPM high.
No, nobody's had a chance to reject it.
Rotor RPM high.
No, I'll stream tomorrow, Platty. Right, guys, I'm going to jump off because I have got to go. Let me get away from this constant. That's such a horrible module. No, that's all too loud, isn't it? Let's select this volume. Drop that off a little bit. Yeah, alright, Glenn, no worries. Hope you carry on getting better and everything goes alright, matey. Right, let me go and pass the stream on. I have an idea of who's there. I should be on again next week. Tomorrow I will stream Star Citizen. I tried to play it yesterday. I managed about an hour or so, but I had to go to sleep. I expected to go to sleep for an hour. That turned into 12 hours. But hey. Right, so let's have a look. So we've got streaming. Gash is on. I can pass you on to Gash. Gash is the guy who wrote the mission, by the way. He's Polish. He does stream in Polish. He will talk in English occasionally. But he's a very good pilot, so just bear with. It's one of his missions that we're flying. Right, everybody. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you next week. Right, everybody on YouTube.